The royal class was the special class within the temple, an educational institution tasked with nurturing talents from all over the empire. The entire class was made up of outstanding individuals with unique talents and abilities. They were the most promising students in the empire. In other words, they made up about 0.1% of the elite. That was the kind of class it was. And in class, there was someone named Reinhard, held the number 11. Even so, he was confused, unsure if he was seeing things right, and how all of this had happened so suddenly. The concept of infinite aptitude was strange. They didn't understand how someone could enter the royal class. Based solely on aptitude, they had never seen anyone like him before. They welcomed the boy named Reinhardt. It seemed like he had entered a monstrous class and felt disheartened because of it. He had become the 17-year-old son of the Demon King due to the crimes he had committed in his previous life. He was a 30-year-old man, but had now just enrolled in an academy, aiming to survive until the end in that world destined to collapse. He had to be cautious of those who would try to stop him. But Reinhardt felt like he had no choice but to try. He needed to grow stronger to survive. And to do that, he had to earn achievement points either way. This was the world inside the novel he himself had written. That's when the system added a new event, asking him to give it his all in order to survive until the end of that novel. In the past, a long war that decided the fate of humans and demons was known as the Demonic World War. This war between the races ended when the hero, Artorias, defeated the great Demon King Valier in a grand battle. With the Demon King's death, peace finally came. But having gone through such a long and difficult war, and they had to make great efforts to nurture talents and also define the heroes of the next generation. Thus, the Academy for Talented People across the empire was founded. This institution was called the Special Educational Temple. The royal class was a special class, composed of great talents, within a school already full of gifted individuals. In this class, there was Ludwig, a boy who was fair and hot-tempered, but always ranked last. It was a fantasy action novel set inside the temple and could currently be read on Kakao page. But the comments always said it was a bad story. Readers were patient, but eventually started dropping it and telling the author to stop. They judged it as boring and childish. All the girls in the novel seemed blind, and readers wondered how they kept falling for such a dumb protagonist. Claimed the author didn't know how to write. It was obvious he wasn't following any basic storyline, and some even wanted to rewrite it themselves. While the author read those hate comments on his novel, he ended up dying from high blood pressure due to stress. Later, an agent from the Soul Management Department of Hell, the Reaper Kim, declared it had been a spontaneous cardiac arrest, caused by hypertension therefore. Now that he had just died, he had to review the documents. Once Kim finished confirming his status, protagonist didn't know if it was a joke or not. He had literally died because his blood pressure spiked while reading hate comments on his own work. Cyan Kim asked how many times she would have to explain. It seemed like he still hadn't understood, even after looking at his own body. But it was true even though the protagonist didn't want to believe. It was simply the truth. He was looking at his own body on the table. He remembered passing out. But if that was his last memory before death, it felt a little depressing and pathetic. Kim said that now that he had finished processing what happened, he should hurry and make his choice. As she was busy, I had to move things along. It was a shock to have died so suddenly. But now, he was being forced into making a bizarre decision just as abruptly. That's what the Reaper had explained. When a person dies to go to heaven, they first have to atone for their sins. And the sin he committed was dropping several series and writing stories with terrible continuity. He'd lived as a writer. He wasn't awful. He'd managed to live solely off writing despite everything. So the crimes he had committed were about how, irresponsibly and frequently, he abandoned his own series. He'd get tired of his poorly written stories easily and start new ones, as if nothing had happened. But he was a jerk. He always started writing a new novel under a different account. The problem now was that everyone had to atone for their sins in different ways. But he didn't understand if that really counted, even if he wasn't proud of the things he did. He couldn't grasp how that could be a sin. The Reaper replied that it was a rather small sin in terms of the impact it had on a single individual. The problem was that it happened many times to many people. So the scale of this problem was astronomical. The protagonist couldn't understand what kind of system this was. It seemed that this irresponsible writer needed to atone for his sins. To do so, he would have to choose one of his completed novels to be placed into at random, becoming one of its many characters. And then he'd have to survive until the end. The moment this situation was presented, the protagonist immediately felt like it was a real-life sky. He wanted to scream, but Kim smiled, because it was hilarious when someone got a one-way ticket straight to hell. Besides, this was his own novel, so he could know the whole story without needing to worry too much. It actually felt more like a reward than a punishment, and the protagonist responded that it really depended on the novel, no matter how much he thought about it. All the novels he had written so far had no happy endings whatsoever. In the list of his completed works, there was first The City of the Dead. It was a zombie apocalypse, so he could beg to end up zombie food in no time within that universe. The second was Surviving in a Ruined World, post-apocalyptic survival story. There was no way he'd make it through that, considering he died reading hate comments online. The third was called The Hunter Became a Manager, a modern action story about monster hunters. There was a good chance that instead of becoming a hunter, he'd just be some nobody who got destroyed by a monster, not being able to do anything. The fourth option was Somehow the Game Became Reality, but in it he was just a janitor. The title already said a lot about the story. It was a fantasy dungeon game, and right at the start, 90% of humanity dies during the process the system uses to take over reality. The protagonist simply had no confidence he could survive in any of his completed novels. Among those options, it seemed like only one might be feasible. The Demon King is Dead. A slice-of-life school story with a fantasy backdrop. It was a relatively calm story that he wrote, after getting tired of only writing intense novels. And for now, it was his best option, although he ended up dying because of it. Being a slice-of-life story set in a school after a war made it a little better. It was the one with the lowest chances of him dying. A novel where the final boss dies right at the beginning and was made to tell what happened afterward. That was definitely the best option because since it would be random, he didn't even need to be the protagonist to live a decent life. He'd be lucky if he ended up as just one of the students at the school. Even so, he wondered why that novel felt bad. He remembered it was because something happened halfway through, and that's when Kim interrupted it, saying that if he took too long, she'd choose for him. She especially liked The City of the Dead. And the protagonist immediately begged for The Demon King is Dead. Kim sighed and agreed that they could go with that choice, then wished him good luck, which confused him all of a sudden. She simply clapped her hands and the whole setting changed. But when he saw his own appearance, the protagonist suddenly looked completely different. He was in his room right now and wondered what kind of luxurious room this was, noticing there were also horns on his head, besides that he was wearing fancy clothes. It was kind of shocking that he was really inside his own novel. He wished he could talk to the Reaper, even if he'd just been thrown in without any explanation. Suddenly he was caught off guard, because his status window appeared in front of his eyes. He couldn't understand what kind of cliché development this was. It said his name was Valier Jr., had standard attributes, and his race was Archdemon, had no talents, and possessed the demon domination skill. The protagonist couldn't understand anything. It seemed like he was a low-level Demon King. The novel's title was The Demon King is Dead, and yet he was a Demon King. It felt like something had happened that he didn't even expect, but it wasn't even possible. The random character he had become wasn't so random after all. Suddenly he heard a loud noise, and a huge explosion occurred, sending Valier flying far away. It was a massive shock. Then an explosion had happened right before his eyes, and the system began a prologue event called Destruction. The defeat of the demon army was imminent, and he had no power at all, but he had to give it his all in order to survive. Valier's mission was to escape from the Demon King's castle, and if he could manage that, he would earn a total of 100 points. After that scene, out of nowhere, a body appeared in front of the protagonist, and he noticed that several monsters were dying around him. To summarize the events, he ended up inside the novel. The Demon King was dead, exactly as planned, and as a result of the random character selection. He arrived in this place, right in the middle of the collapsing demon realm, as a character who had never even appeared in the novel. 17 years old and with no combat skills, he ended up becoming the son of the Demon King. The same Demon King who was killed at the beginning of the story. He was Valier Jr., the prince of the crumbling Demon Kingdom. Valier ran as the castle collapsed, calling that damned Reaper a huge scammer for deceiving him, even though Him said he would become a random character inside the novel and might even get a reward for it. He still didn't understand why he had to be the Demon King's son. And the reason why the castle was collapsing was pretty obvious. The Demon King and the hero were in the middle of their final battle. That was the prologue scene. He had written himself in a novel called The Demon King is Dead. In the novel, both the Demon King and the hero died, and the war ended with the humans' victory. And now he was the Demon Prince Valier, which meant that the moment he got captured, he would certainly be killed while running. He paused for a moment because he needed to think about it and wondered how he could survive in such a horrifying situation. There had been a system window next to him for a while now, something he had never added in his novel. But according to the cliché status screen of that world, he was now Valier Jr. and had those attributes available. The protagonist didn't know the exact standard, but there was no way he could consider the available stats to be high. Being the final boss as the Demon King would have been much better. Could have fled or tried to make a deal. Anything would have been better than the current situation. Valier had no special abilities that could help him survive or escape. The only useful thing was the fact that he could understand the language of this world. So his only remaining option now was to escape. He hoped he could find something useful inside the storage room. He reached the protagonist entered, hoping to find something helpful. But it was shocking that there was only junk inside that warehouse. That's why they were losing to the Imperial Army. There was nothing in there that could be of use. While searching, Valier suddenly found a book of magic scrolls. In the novel, he had written it, so that even someone who couldn't use magic could activate them, just by opening the scroll. He opened the book and checked. The things he was looking for should be in there somewhere. While searching, he ended up finding a teleportation scroll, a movement spell that transports the user to a specific location. The magic scroll had teleport inscribed on it, but at the rate the castle was being destroyed, he would end up buried in the ruins. First, Valier had to try to get as far away as possible, so he attempted to use the teleport to get out of there, but he ended up still in the same place, and wondered why it wasn't working yet. Due to a magic movement barrier. The system notified him that the spell he tried to cast had been immediately canceled. Valier realized he was completely screwed in this situation. He didn't even have time to search for other ways to escape. He wondered if he should try begging for the Mystery's life. That 27, they found another spell in the book called Camouflage. Camouflage was something the user could use to change their appearance and disguise themselves as something else. Protagonist didn't know if disguising himself as a human would actually work, but he would try anything he could. He still had doubts about whether it would succeed. Nevertheless, Valier Jr.'s escape plan from the Demon King's castle had begun. The first thing he had to do was disguise himself as a human with a camouflage spell, infiltrate the human prison, and be rescued by the Imperial Army, along with the other prisoners. Later on, he could find an opportunity to escape and his survival. Mission would be a great success. The best way for Valier to survive in this situation was to be rescued by the Imperial Army. So he entered the prison cells after using the disguise spell. However, he didn't understand why it was so quiet inside. He wondered if he had entered the wrong place. That was when he stopped and noticed a horrible smell. It was the smell of blood, and he felt like he had just stepped on something while walking. That's when he realized it was his severed hand, and he fell back screaming. He had come into contact with a dead person's blood. The protagonist froze at the sight of that horrific scene. For some reason, all the prisoners were dead. He had never written anything like this in his novel. It was supposed to be a simple romantic comedy, and he wondered if he should just run away again. But Valier didn't even know what he could do after escaping. He had to do something. That's when he noticed someone was there. It had to be a survivor, a bit nervous. The protagonist approached and asked if the person was okay. He realized it was a girl sitting beside someone lying on the ground. It looked like the girl was a child, who was terrified and shrank back when she saw the protagonist approaching. He apologized for scaring her, saying it was because they were prisoners, and asked if she was all right. He sighed in relief, seeing that she seemed unharmed, but it looked like the person lying beside her was likely a relative. So he told her not to worry. They would be rescued soon, and asked if she wanted to wait with him. If that was okay, but she stayed silent, staring intensely at Valier. He realized he may have crossed a line. It seemed like she found him suspicious. He laughed nervously because he was actually scared out of his mind. This was the Demon King's castle. After all, maybe it was better if they stuck together. The girl stared at him and began to tremble, and he quickly apologized, realizing he may have asked too much, but still tried to explain himself. She wiped the tears from her face and finally said it was okay, asking him to sit beside her. But in truth, Valier felt that the situation was a little strange, and she commented on how calm he seemed. That made the protagonist let out a nervous laugh, replying that was terrifying for him too honestly, which wasn't a lie, he really was scared. After all, if his plan failed, he'd be killed or captured instantly. It wasn't like he had other options. He was going to fail, so be it. But then he noticed something in his cloak. When he touched it, he realized there was something inside. Earlier, Valier had found it in the pocket of the clothes he had been wearing and kept it with him. At the moment, he wasn't hungry enough to eat those biscuits, and he started talking to the girl, who had picked it up a little earlier. He asked if she wanted to share and offered her the biscuit. She accepted after a brief moment of surprise. Valier was surprised. She must have been starving after being trapped here all this time, but for some reason, she was eating very little. He wondered if maybe she didn't like biscuits, and he said they just needed to wait a bit longer. The Imperial Army should be coming to rescue them. Suddenly, they heard a voice shouting that the prison cells had been found, and Valier froze as he realized the men have finally arrived. Several men stormed into the cells and approached the two of them. One man widened his eyes in shock upon seeing them. He was stunned. Valier didn't understand why they were reacting like that, just because they had found some prisoners. Their reactions were a bit strange. Then the man knelt down, begging for her Imperial Majesty to punish him for not arriving sooner. To save her life, the protagonist turned around, shocked as he realized that the old man had just bowed to the girl and called her Imperial Majesty. That girl was the first imperial princess of the Gardius Empire, Charlotte de Gardias, and she had been placed there in the cells. In the end, the protagonist's mission to survive was a success, and he had completed the prologue, receiving 100 achievement points. Later, at the military base of the Imperial Army, several soldiers were injured, fortunately being rescued alongside Princess Charlotte, who had been with him. Turned out to be a good thing. But the situation was tricky. Charlotte began eating a whole plate of food, and he had been rescued by a nobleman alongside the princess, who happened to be with him. But in the end, he was still a demon, deceiving others with a low-rank spell called camouflage. If by any chance the princess's mage claimed, they might have been cursed by demonic magic, and used a spell on them that would be the end. Moreover, Charlotte had asked her men to take care of Valier first, because he was her savior. The princess was taking care of him far too well. In short, they were paying way too much attention to him, for him to sneak away unnoticed. And there was one more thing. Charlotte de Gardias, the girl in front of him, was a character who never appeared in his original novel. He had never written about her before. And during their meal, a man approached, apologizing for the interruption, since they were at a military base. This was the best they could prepare for Charlotte to eat. She smiled and thanked Lance for the hospitality. Lance thanked her for understanding, and said that as soon as Duke Solarian arrived, they would take her back to the Imperial Palace. Charlotte thanked him, saying it was a relief, then smiled and thanked the protagonist for what he had done for her. In the cell, Valier didn't feel like he had done anything, and after it, just being there had brought her some relief. Even so, the princess insisted that he had helped her a lot, and in return, she wanted to bring him safely to his hometown and asked him its name. Valier got nervous and wondered how he should answer that. A hometown, a region. He wasn't even sure if he had anything like that. He couldn't remember anything of the sort. However, Valier felt a deep stare aim at him. That's when he noticed that it was Lance, looking at him with a terrifying expression. So Valier answered that he didn't remember anything. Lance was staring like he was about to kill him, just because he took too long to respond. So he decided to make something up. She was shocked and began to cry. And Valier wondered how the princess could believe that, asking himself if she was too innocent or just an idiot. Say something like that, Charlotte. Imagine that he must have gone through many hardships. While in prison, making Valier sigh in relief because she was so naive, wiping her tears. Charlotte declared that he no longer needed to worry about it. She swore in her name that she would help him recover his memories. He bowed and thanked the princess. And Lance was surprised that Charlotte had made such a promise, but she was determined to keep it. She couldn't go back on her word, and asked if they planned to let her become a liar. Lance stammered in denial, and even though Valier felt like a liar, he was grateful for her intentions. Even if it was impossible to keep that promise, that was because Charlotte would die. In the original novel, there was no description of the Demon King's castle prison conditions, a backstory he didn't know. Must have been automatically generated. For the structure and realism of this world. If the princess's existence was one of those elements of realism, then Valier couldn't predict her future. He had never written her story to begin with. But knowing Berta's prince, he had written he would never let competitors live if they stood in his way to the throne. That innocent girl probably didn't even know her own fate. Even her life was on the line. And Valier wondered what he could do for her being so weak. In truth, the princess dying and him escaping the danger would be more fitting, but he would become a real bastard for that. The protagonist wondered what kind of thoughts those were. A child's life was at risk right now. He wished he could tell her that her life was in danger, if he could push her away by doing that. She might be able to help if something unexpected happened. Saying Charlotte said she felt indigestion from eating too much, and asked Lance to call a doctor for her. Lance stammered that he still had to ensure her safety, but the princess asked if there was any reason to be in danger, now that the Demon King was dead. Finally, Lance agreed with her and decided to leave to call a doctor, which made her thank him for his concern. Then Charlotte turned serious and began with an apology, which left Valier completely confused. She looked like a completely different person now. Especially because Charlotte stated that it was her fault. He was going to die. She couldn't share details about the imperial family. There was a high probability that she would be assassinated in the near future if things continued like this. The one responsible would be her half-brother. Bertus de Guardia's most people on this base were probably his allies, and the fact they were keeping her there without letting her leave meant they had no intention of sending a message, saying she had been rescued. Taking back, Valier realized that Charlotte had been covered in a thick cloak when she was rescued. People likely didn't know there had been any survivors among the prisoners in the Demon King's castle. She knew. They were probably waiting for orders to get rid of her quickly. They might poison her and claim they found her dead in the Demon King's castle. If Charlotte died like that, they wouldn't let the protagonist escape. He would be quietly killed to eliminate the evidence along with her. Valier stammering, asking if they should try asking the knights for help. But she replied that it would be useless. There was no one she could trust. And the protagonist wondered if that included Lance too. It was a complete checkmate. However, Charlotte assured him he didn't need to worry. After all, she had sworn on her name that she would help him recover his memories. Then she said they needed to escape from there. She intended to draw their attention. And Valier felt that they really didn't have much time. The protagonist ended up agreeing with her idea and ran off to carry out the plan. Even so, he suddenly received a major task from the princess, and Valier was surprised to find out she actually planned to escape. Charlotte said there was only one way to get out of there alive, and he asked how that could be possible. She replied that they had to bring Sir Francis there, and Valier asked who exactly that was. She apologized, realizing she should have explained more. Charlotte asked if the protagonist remembered the knight who saved them from the Demon King's castle. Earlier, Valier realized she meant that scary guy from before, and she explained that William Francos was one of the few people from the neutral faction. He was loyal only to the imperial family itself, and Valier understood that he must be someone trustworthy. If he had been on the prince's side, then both of them would have been dead in the Demon King's castle from the start, but Francis saved them anyway, which meant he was an excellent knight with strong loyalty to the imperial family. Valier thought that if someone truly neutral supported Charlotte, then he might have a chance to survive as well. With that, the protagonist decided to follow her words, and the princess thanked him for believing in her, since now they could return safely together. Then she suggested they could escape even with a tight security, and he asked how they were supposed to do that. She began explaining the plan. First, she would become the decoy, and Valier was worried because that sounded dangerous. She said it was, but she'd be fine, at least until someone arrived who could decide her fate, so he had to hurry. Charlotte held his hand since they didn't have much time, and Valier could feel her hands trembling. Given the situation, he agreed he had no choice but to cooperate with the imperial princess, and so she walked out of the tent in front of the guards. They told her it was dangerous, and that she should stay inside the tent. But Charlotte said she wanted to see the barracks. That was a bit troublesome for them. But the princess insisted. She was the imperial princess and wanted to see the barracks. They had no authority to stop her. They kept insisting they couldn't allow it. Their duty as knights was to keep her safe. But Charlotte kept buying time. Valier managed to slip out of the tent unnoticed, but he wondered where Francis had gone. While searching around the base, suddenly a man approached and asked what he was doing. The protagonist replied that he wanted to speak with Francis. The knight said that Francis had just left for the Demon King's castle and asked what business Valier had with him. Valier froze when he heard that the plan was ruined, now that Francis had gone that far away. The man explained that it was something Lance had requested. Francis had gone to take care of the remnants at the Demon King's castle, and the protagonist immediately understood Lance's intentions. He was the knight on the princess's side. It was possible he had foreseen the plan and made his move first, so now there was only one option left. The knight asked again what Valier wanted with Francis. If he didn't answer, he'd report him. And the protagonist stammered because it was an emergency, catching a man off guard. He stuttered, explaining that Francis was in danger. Valier wasn't going to let this man stop him over something like that. The knight exclaimed that they had to rescue Francis immediately, or at least that's what Valier hoped he would say. Instead, the man asked what the protagonist was talking about. Valier thought it would be too convenient if he believed him, just like Charlotte had. Slowly, Valier answered that he didn't know all the details, but something involving Francis and her Imperial Highness was happening. For the safety of Charlotte and Francis, they had to bring him back right away. Though clearly someone like him had no reason to be trusted, but the man said he believed Valier, which shocked him, and added that he was saying he believed in a nobody like him. A protagonist stammer asking if he really do that. He knew he shouldn't be saying this, especially since he hadn't given any reason to be trusted. The knight laughed, saying it was true. What if he had to give a reason? Maybe it was because Valier was so desperate that any stranger could see it. Valier got nervous hearing that, but the man said he understood. Part of it was just intuition telling him it was true. He also thought Francis might have predicted something like this when he told them to stay on alert. He said someone might show up. Valerie was surprised and wondered if Francis had known about this the entire time. He'd always known what could happen to the princess. Even so, the protagonist questioned why he had left and gone to the Demon King's castle instead. He should have stayed by her side to protect her. The knight then said they should get going, and asked if he had ever ridden a horse before. Valier replied that he had never ridden a horse, but the man answered there was nothing to worry about. His steed was excellent with that. He turned around and asked him to follow. They could leave once he found his course. Valier had no choice but to ask Francis directly. The man finally introduced himself as Darius, and the two walked off, unaware that Lance was secretly watching everything. Darius rode with Valier on his course, and on the way he saw a demon being thrown into a cage by other men. The protagonist wondered why there were other demons, so Valier asked Darius about it. While they continued riding, he asked why there were demons by the roadside, and Darius replied that they were prisoners. After all, there had been a battle there. If they had been captured, they were either defeated, so soldiers or non-combatants. All of them were being imprisoned. They were still investigating the areas around the Demon King's castle, and once they returned to headquarters, all of them would be executed, so there was no need to worry. And Valier replied that he understood, realizing that if he had turned himself in, this would have happened to him too soon. They were nearly there and would be getting off the horse. It didn't take long before a few other knights noticed them. Approaching one of them, asked who the two were. And Darius greeted them by introducing himself as the leader of the 3rd platoon of the 11th Squad of the 4th Regiment of Knights from the 1st Corps. The knight asked what brought Darius there, and replied that Valier had something important to say to Francis, and so he had brought him. Since it was a confidential matter, he brought him to speak with Francis directly. The knight grew nervous upon hearing that. After all, they had just received a report saying that Francis had died in battle against the remaining demons. Valier froze shocked by what he had just heard, and they murmured that was truly a shame that he had been lost. If that were the case, there was no one left who would stand by the princess. Now they might ask if the message was something he should know. Valier denied it, saying it was a personal matter to discuss with Francis, and the man turned them away, saying this wasn't a place for outsiders. If that was the case, Darius thanked him. But Valier began to panic. He realized things had been going far too well, and now understood the reason why. Francis being killed by rebellious demons was clearly a lie. Curtis wanted to end Charlotte's life. He wanted to cover up the fact that she had survived the demon King's Castle, so, just as Charlotte had said, he would want to erase all possible evidence, even if it meant killing everyone who knew she was still alive, and that would include Francis as well. Therefore, Francis had been taken to the Demon King's castle and assassinated. Valier worried about what was coming for Charlotte, but didn't want to give up. He needed to think about what to do now. That's when Darius told him that this time, he needed to tell the whole truth. The real reason he had said Francis was in danger, and the princess as well, made the protagonist fall silent. Hesitating, he wondered if he could trust Darius. According to Charlotte, most of the military was on Prince Bertus's side, so he didn't know if Bertus's influence had already reached a lower-ranking officer, like Darius, but he had no one else to trust. After that, Valier ended up confessing the truth, from when he was imprisoned with the princess, and how Francis had saved them. Darius reflected on what he heard, responding that if things were really as Valier said, then Francis had been killed by knights, rather than in battle against demons. Valier agreed. He believed there was a high chance that was what happened. Darius then asked if he intended to save the princess. If that was the case, then it was all right. Darius declared that he also intended to save the princess's life, and Valier was quite surprised. The man said he was part of Francis's group, so it made sense that he would join forces and trust the protagonist to keep Charlotte safe. If Darius said so, Valier felt relieved. He still couldn't trust him completely, but at least he might get some help to escape. But Darius said it didn't make sense for them to be there at the Demon King's castle. They should go back to save the princess from the outside. The protagonist finally had the opportunity to see the Demon King's castle. However, Valier asked Darius to wait because he had a good plan, and so they entered the castle again. The knight said that the idea of searching the demon supplies for items that could help them escape was actually smart, but he noted that when they reached the room, it had clearly been a while since someone had been there. And Valier tried not to look too guilty, since he was the one who had checked the room earlier. Even so, there had to be something useful if they took a good look. Iris replied that the demons must have looted the place after the Demon King died anyway. All demons were damned selfish and disgusting, and the protagonist tried not to react to the comment. After everything, setting aside the fact that he was the one who had stolen the stuff, Valier suggested they should take a look around. That's when he found something, and Darius was surprised that he found something useful so quickly. The protagonist tried to act casual, since he had already seen everything before, and they realized it was a teleportation scroll. Darius noticed it was one that used demon magic. Valier said they should grab as many scrolls as they could, in case they came in handy. He also laughed, pretending it was just coincidence as he found a book full of scrolls. If they put them there, it'd be easier to grab them when needed. Darius thought about how she had heard Valier was a prisoner, but even so she wondered how he knew where the scrolls were. Soon they managed to gather everything, and Darius said they should hurry back in time. She asked if Valier could remember the way they came, and while the protagonist was pointing it out, suddenly, the knight told him to be quiet and LED him in another direction. Valier was confused, but then Darius whispered that there were others nearby. Knights had entered the supply room, They were talking among themselves, saying they saw the other two entering the castle. Rats hiding inside the Demon King's castle. These were knights of the Silurian Duchy. Darius whispered that things were really getting complicated. That was Bertus's maternal family, and one of the strongest noble families in the empire. They wanted to put Bertus on the throne because of that. Most knights from the Silurian Duchy weren't common-born knights. In fact, all of them were high-ranking knights with noble status. That's how the protagonist had written it. Burr's killing Francis for not obeying him was likely part of all this. 2. If they tried to escape in that spacious castle, it would become a problem. The knights didn't think they needed to worry, since they find the two hiding soon enough. Balder wondered if they really would find them so quickly, and how that was even possible. Then one night's eye began to glow. The man confirmed their location, stating they were behind a stone statue. You could even hear their breathing from there. Valerie was shocked that they could even be heard, and the men raised their voices, saying they knew they were hiding. One of them drew his sword and said, "It'd be better if they just came out obediently." And so Valier and Darius emerged from hiding with no other choice. The knight muttered that the princess was truly pitiful, dragging innocent people to die with her. Darius shouted that he was a bastard, asking if he couldn't even see how disgraceful he was, trying to kill the princess. But to the man it didn't matter what some unknown brat like him said. He didn't feel good about killing a young civilian, but it was all for the sake of the Empire's future. And Darius told the protagonist to stay back. Valier grew tense. He had gone through so much just to escape the Demon King's castle. And now that he was back, it seemed like he was going to die. To die again like this. It hadn't even been a full day since he lost his life, due to high blood pressure. Suddenly the protagonist turned, and noticed there was a gargoyle statue beside him. In manga and games they started moving at moments like this, and that was exactly what happened. The soldiers froze as the gargoyle suddenly started moving. The commander of the knights was defeated by the gargoyle, as it suddenly lunged at them. Valier wondered how that happened. He had only thought that maybe it could move, but he didn't understand what triggered it. Darius didn't know what happened either. But this was their chance to win, and she grabbed Valier's wrist so they could run, while the gargoyle handled the soldiers. The two of them ran and took advantage of the opening to survive. They got a horse and began rushing away. Darius asked why the gargoyle moved, and Valier said he didn't know either. But obviously it was a lie, because the protagonist remembered the status window he saw after arriving in this world. And in it there was a skill called E-ranked demon domination, perhaps because he was the Demon King's son. He was certain he had awakened the gargoyle unconsciously, using the D-rank demon domination skill. I just hoped Darius wouldn't suspect anything. But Darius said it was a good thing, since they managed to escape safely. Still, Valier was worried because they had almost died, when suddenly Darius noticed a new problem. The other soldiers were already chasing after them on horseback, at full speed trying to catch up. The soldiers shouted that they needed to hurry, before Darius and Valier could escape the forest, and things got complicated. There were so many men that Valier told Darius to grab his waist. Darius didn't understand what the protagonist was thinking of doing. The protagonist mentally begged for something decent to appear, because he didn't want to die there. Now that's when he stopped and saw something important. So Valier used the scroll from the book to cast acceleration, refusing to let things end like this. First, he used acceleration to increase the speed of their horse, and create a good distance from the enemies chasing them. With that, they managed to widen the gap, thanks to magic and Daira's side. Barely believing Valier could know such a spell. Because of that, the soldiers couldn't catch up. But then he choked mid-breath, because an arrow flew right past his nose. Now, they were using the distance to shoot at them while they were running. Darius said they weren't going to go easy on them. Valor needed to use something better to deal with Silurian's knights. So the protagonist chose something that caught Darius off guard. He said that spell wouldn't work on knights trained and galloping. He thought it was completely useless. Valier knew that well. It was because of the traits he himself had written for them. It would have been ridiculous for knights to die from just one spell. He had written a galloping class at the temple. So Valier had no intention of using that spell on the knights. He couldn't believe that a trait he had given to his characters was now causing such a huge problem for him. Instead, the protagonist used an illusion spell on the horses. Fortunately, only the knights were trained against illusions. Not their mounts the soldiers couldn't understand. Why their horses had suddenly stopped running. And it wasn't just the horses themselves. Valier was glad to see that it worked, because the horses were struggling to move and start running again. Next was the charm spell. He kept using different spells against the horses to make them stop chasing them. He only had 2 spells left, but when he looked for the mind control one, he realized the race was over. Darius said their horse was exhausted. At that pace, Solarian's knights would catch up to them soon. Valier wondered what he should do. That's when he saw something ahead of them. Imprisoned demons nearby. They had been captured after the Demon King's army was defeated, but then he felt a strange sensation. It was the same as when he had moved the gargoyle, and within seconds, one of the demons broke the chains that were restraining them. Darius was shocked, wondering what was wrong with that orc, since it was running toward them, worried they were about to die. But the orc ran right past them and charged toward the men who were still chasing them. Soldiers wonder how the prisoners managed to escape when they were supposed to be guards watching them. But it didn't take long before the ORC started killing the soldiers. They shouted at it to get out of their way. Valier said they should take this chance to escape, and Darius agreed, riding off again on his horse. The protagonist was relieved, and it worked. The demon domination skill had activated, and now they could escape. Darius just remained silent watching. It was strange. They kept receiving help from demons in moments of danger, far too often to be coincidence. Even so, Darius felt it was still too early to start suspecting the protagonist. First, he needed to focus on saving the princess. Soon the two of them arrived at the military base, and Darius introduced himself, saying he needed to report at Charlotte's tent. The soldier asked for his affiliation, and questioned how a mere lieutenant dared to ask to see the imperial princess, with Darius remaining silent. The soldier asked if he really thought he would let him enter. With that boy, he let it slide this time, but told them to leave it that. Darius said it was time for Plan B, and immediately drew his sword against the soldier. To force him out of the way, other soldiers approached, asking what was going on, and Darius complained because they had ended up getting caught. Even so, he let Valier go ahead so he could save the imperial princess, and the protagonist entered the tent, just in time to see 2 men standing with her. They questioned who he was, making it clear that they were told not to let anyone else inside. Charlotte was surprised, but Valier shouted for her to close her eyes, using a flash spell to blind the 2 men. Then he asked the princess to follow him, grabbing her hand, and using his mass teleportation to escape to the imperial capital, Guardium. A great light burst out, and Valier completed the prologue sequence, earning the advanced special trait, Historical Turning Point. An important character who wasn't alive in the original timeline, Charlotte de Gardius, had survived, and the future has drastically changed because of that. Thus, ending the prologue, the imperial capital. Guardium was the place where the main story of the Demon King is dead. Took place. Artium had been modeled after Seoul, the place where the protagonist was born. Charlotte and Valier arrived there after successfully teleporting, since he was the one who had written every detail about this place, and it resembled Seoul. He thought he'd feel emotional upon arriving, but he couldn't have been more wrong. There was no way he could have written about such a massive place, with so many details. The protagonist wondered how anyone could write a city that big. Then Valier calmed down, realizing he couldn't get lost in writer mode, and needed to focus more on the imperial princess. Charlotte asked if this was really the imperial capital, even though they had just been inside the demon Roan's encampment. It seemed she was confused about the sudden teleportation destination, and the protagonist decided he should explain what had happened. Valier apologized for bringing her to the capital without a proper explanation, because when he arrived, Francis had already died. Charlotte was shocked and asked if they had really made it there. Just with Valier's power, he denied it, saying that wasn't exactly it. They were helped by someone else. That person was Darius, who had also appeared via teleportation, relieved to see they were safe. Valier was relieved that Darius made it out unharmed, and he said he was fine, but if he'd been delayed even slightly, he would have died. Their plan B was something they created, in case they failed to infiltrate. due to the strictness of the guards. First, Darius would buy time by drawing attention. Failure would enter the tent and escape. First with Charlotte. Then he would escape with the remaining teleport scroll. They were lucky there was even one scroll left, or else Darius would have died. Then Charlotte asked who this man was, and Darius bowed, saying he was a lieutenant. It was a great honor to meet her. So he asked to explain all the events that had happened up to now. He thoroughly explained everything to Charlotte, from Francis's death and the infiltration of the Demon King's castle, to the moment they almost died, being chased by the Knights of Solarian. Coincidentally, a gargoyle had stopped the Solarian Knights inside the castle, and one of the demons went into a frenzy and bought time for them to escape. There was also the convenient fact that they reached the Imperial capital thanks to the teleport scroll they had found in the Demon King's castle. Even Valier, if he were in Darius's shoes, would find all those coincidences suspicious. After everything, the fact that the protagonist was always at the center of the solution made him seem very suspicious. And from the way Charlotte was peeking at Valier, it was clear she was suspicious of him. It would have been even stranger if she fully trusted him. She had been raised in the hellish environment of imperial politics. Honestly, that was better. If he stayed near her for too long, his identity would soon be exposed. During their walk, Valia knew this would be his last chance to escape safely, so to be separated from the two of them in the middle of the street. Alone, the protagonist felt he was facing one hell of a dilemma. He had almost died several times already, and even after saving Charlotte, he couldn't receive any reward because he was a demon in disguise. Now he was starving too, but no one would donate even a coin to help with that. If he had known this would happen, he would have written in a convenient trait, like demons being able to sustain themselves using only mana. Suddenly, Valier received a system notification stating that with new traits, demons could now be nourished solely by mana. But that was a trait that required 100,000 achievement points, and the protagonist was extremely surprised. The system congratulated him, because he had earned the authority to interfere with the world of the Demon King is dead. His failed novel had been classified as a profane abomination of alphabet soup, and Valier was both shocked and offended at the same time. He felt like the system was throwing the truth in his face, while mocking him just to make fun of him. The system explained that his actions could alter the main story, and additionally, he would receive conquest points as rewards for the events he faced. He could also receive conquest points by completing challenges, so you could check the list of active challenges, which would be updated periodically. The system displayed all the challenges. It started with slapping the Emperor on the cheek, which offered 10,000 points. Another was getting imprisoned in Guardian's jail, which gave 12 points. He could then escape from prison for 2,000 points. Then he could pick Pocket Knight without getting caught for 100 points, or buy a 100 square meters house using only money from begging for 1,000 points. The list was so random that Valier wondered what kind of bizarre and difficult missions these were supposed to be as a reward for completing the prologue. The special ability to use conquest points was unlocked. The system showed the point spending options. You could use revision to change world traits, give himself talents, or alter elements of the story. There was also a preview which could be used to check how his actions, decisions, or use of revision had altered the timeline. He also received a warning that interfering with major events, or with main characters, might be impossible, or might require a large amount of points. Using the ability in a way that might cause a trait collapse could make it fail to activate. If he wasn't aware of a potential trait collapse and tried to use the ability, there would be a penalty. Valier felt it was getting too complicated, as the system went on to explain that traits, once added or pre-existing, could not be removed. The system showed that he could directly interfere with the world's characteristics through the use of conquest points. Important events might be unchangeable or require a large amount of conquest points. An ability could not be used to cause a collapse of traits. Attempts to force such an outcome would be penalized. It also offered a summary for the idiot who didn't like to read, despite being a writer, and once again, Valier was frustrated with the sarcastic system. But it didn't matter now. He needed to stay calm. It might be complicated, But this seemed like an overpowered ability that could be useful to stay alive. He had a few points and needed to check what he could do now. Then suddenly, the system asked if he wanted to view the writer's advice. He could choose between clear advice and vague advice, and asked what the difference between them was. The vague advice asked how so many people were kidnapped in the Demon King's castle, and Valier had no idea what that meant since it sounded like a riddle. He had wasted 150 points for nothing. While the clear advice told him to go straight to the magic item shop. Now, that was decent advice. At least he could trust that. So far, the system had been suggesting he support himself by selling the scrolls he had. It seemed to be suggesting he make quick money, using the magic scrolls he took from the castle. But that wasn't quite it actually. And Valier headed to the Alagard district, the commercial area, where a man asked who he thought he was trying to fool. Another laughed after seeing the pages of the scroll he offered. It was the first time he saw someone trying to scam like that. Someone else said that if he had that kind of artistic skill, he should go to an art academy instead of wasting time with this. All the vendors thought he was just some crazy kid trying to scam them with fake scrolls. That was strange. The system had told him to go to a magic item shop, but apparently it wasn't so he could sell the scrolls. Valier arrived at a fourth store to try selling a magic scroll, now even hungrier after walking so much. He just wanted to sell it already. And the man asked back if he could perfectly copy that scroll. The protagonist was confused, judging by the fire symbol. It looked like a fireball scroll. The vendor said he had good drawing skills. Maybe they could split the profits. 50-50. Now Valier understood what he was talking about. The man said that if he could bring a copy of it by the next day, he could pay 5 silver coins, and even laughed at him. It was obvious the vendor thought the scroll was fake, but Valier agreed to try copying it anyway. Still, 5 silver coins was nothing. He would just try to resell it to someone else instead. He wasn't confident in his drawing skills, and wondered what would happen if the buyer tried to use it. In an emergency, he didn't want any more guilt on his conscience. But it was strange that people couldn't recognize the scrolls he had taken from the castle. If they couldn't recognize them, Valier could only sell the fireball scroll and end it there, even without expecting much. He visited the shop and walked in asking if anyone was there, but there was no one sitting at the counter to greet him. The shop was a complete mess. It looked like they weren't even open. And Valier didn't notice someone approaching from behind. Soon he turned around and saw a woman smiling at him, asking if he was a customer. What brought him there, whether he needed a scroll or a potion. He replied that he came to sell a scroll, and she smiled, saying it was mean to play tricks like that on adults. Valier grew tense under her gaze. Girl said she normally didn't buy scrolls, but she couldn't let him walk around with something dangerous, offering 2 gold coins in exchange. That's when she paused and asked him to tell the truth, and Valier didn't understand what she meant, until she asked where he got that scroll. It was a magical formula used only by demons. Protagonist froze, realizing she was pressing him even more, demanding to know why he had it. The magic itself existed, he knew that, but how it existed was something even the protagonist couldn't explain. How the spell was activated, and the casting method were details he hadn't specifically configured in that novel, so there shouldn't have been a way to distinguish a human magical formula from a demonic one, just by looking at it like that, since the other merchants weren't mages, and knew nothing about demonic magic. I just assumed it was a faulty version. But the woman in front of him had realized the truth, and was demanding that Valier answer her questions properly. She kept pressing, asking where he had obtained that scroll, and the protagonist found himself completely cornered. For some reason, the woman was so obsessively persistent that he didn't even know how to respond anymore. So he whispered toward the notification window, asking if it could make the girl immortal. Scroll now. And the notification said the setting would cost 3,000 points. He muttered under his breath that the notification was completely useless. The woman asked what he was doing talking to himself, and Valier wondered if he really needed to tell her everything. So slowly he began to try to answer, saying he had gotten it from the Demon King's castle. She shouted, asking if he thought that was a valid excuse, demanding the full truth before she hit him. Valier gestured for her to wait, saying he was going to tell everything as it happened, and then he explained a bit of the situation to her, but the girl felt he was lying. If he had rescued the imperial princess, He should receive an extraordinary reward or an amazing title. Valier said he wasn't lying. There had been a confrontation with the knights of the Silurian Duchy. During the escape, the Imperial Prince Bertus might even try to kill him, and she hesitated, feeling like the story seemed a bit too made up. The protagonist sighed. His acting had been flawless. After all, she was a specialist at making up ridiculous stories. Then she smiled and asked if in the end the Demon King was dead, whether it was him or the Imperial Princess. It must have been hard for the two of them, suffering under him. She suddenly hugged him, saying, Valia must have worked really hard up to now. And he grew nervous, not knowing what was going on. Honestly, Valier said he didn't really remember it all that well. So it was fine, but he was still hungry, and it was a bit awkward. So he just wanted to leave already. Then she said, he might still be carrying some sort of curse from the Demon King's castle, and asked to use Dispel Curse on him. He grew nervous as she asked him to wait there for a moment, but he wanted her to wait a moment. That's because if that girl dispelled the magic he had cast on himself, he would be exposed as a demon. While Valier kept begging her to wait, she simply cast the spell and revealed his true identity as a demon. Now he was in serious trouble, and he gave a nervous laugh, asking what had just happened. However, the girl called him Prince, and wanted to know if he didn't remember her by any chance. But Valier had no idea who she was. Suddenly she used a spell in another language, and the protagonist was surprised to realize that she was a vampire. Even so, she kept asking if the protagonist really couldn't remember her. They couldn't just leave things like this. She wanted to start by moving him to another location. If they stayed there, they would end up being discovered by others. They should head to her room on the second floor to continue the conversation. And Valier agreed, even without knowing what was going on in the room. She said he must be hungry, but at least had some snacks to offer, and he thanked her for the offer. The girl continued speaking formally with him, and yet ended up being casual. Even after everything, then she apologized for repeating herself. But it really did seem like Valier had lost all of his memories. Replied that aside from the fact that he was a demon prince, he couldn't remember anything else that had happened. And she said that was a good thing. The fact that he had brought that dangerous scroll to her, among so many others, was incredibly lucky. So she bowed to properly introduce herself, saying she was a member of the infiltration squad and guardian from the Demon King's army. She was Tuesday Alaris. Alaris declared that she would begin serving him from now on, and Valier wondered if he had set any of this up beforehand. He thought it was all new. Valier had been wondering earlier, and asked why a vampire would live in such a sunny place with so many people. Smiling, Alaris said she had to live in a lot that included a shop to save on rent, so she didn't really have a choice. Valier felt sorry for her, but Alaris said there was something else she needed to know. There were more demons there than in the imperial capital. Now that the protagonist stopped to think about it, she had mentioned before that there was an infiltration squad. One member was active under the false identity of Count Argantanthius. He was Surkar, a doppelganger. Another member had a residence near the Bronze Gate by the Iron River. A werewolf, a demon known as the Mad Dog of Irene. He was the demon who personally kidnapped the Imperial Princess. Surkar was exceptional at transformation magic, using his face-changing arts. He was able to infiltrate the human world with ease, and Valier realized that he was the one who kidnapped Charlotte. It was better to be very careful around that person, and the protagonist asked more about the one called Mad Dog. She was a woman who led one of the gangs that ruled the underworld of Guardian. Using her excellence in hand-to-hand combat, she had built her own force in a short time. Valier couldn't understand what was up with this group. That was supposed to be an infiltration squad. It seemed more like gangsters. Still, he wondered how the Mad Dog of Ireland had managed to form such a huge gang. With her at the center, Alaris explained that currently she was in charge of funding the infiltration squad, during this period at least. Valier acknowledged that she was the leader of a major gang, and he asked what the best method to make money would be. Alaris slowly said she made money selling candy to people, and the protagonist choked. They were all just a bunch of criminals in the end. Ultimately, Alaris sighed, because Valier had forgotten everything that had happened. But he himself was somewhat frustrated with the situation. Even so, she was relieved because the prince was safe. They could rebuild the demon world. But Valier refused. He had no interest in rebuilding the demon world at all, if it recreated the demon world. What would come next would obviously be another war with the humans, even though he had only seen the war once. It was horrible enough that he never wanted anything like that again, and in the current situation, simply mobilizing the demons again would be an act of self-destruction. There was nothing they could do. Elleris asked how Valier could say something like that. He should rebuild the demon world as the demon prince, for the future of the demon race. But Valier stated that the demon world was over, so he had no intention of becoming king of a nation that didn't even exist following that logic. Elleris should also stop acting like a servant of a dead nation, which left her silent slowly. She agreed and apologized for taking such a shameful stance. He must be very tired, so he should focus on resting for now. Before Valier could say anything, she simply left the room, and he wondered if he had been too harsh saying those things. Now Elleris, just for a moment, had looked vaguely happy, but he didn't understand what was going on. Elleris as a vampire seemed like some kind of noble of the night. Seeing her like that, Valier felt that she was incredibly beautiful. In the middle of the night, the protagonist called out to her, and also asked her not to call him prince anymore, which made Elleris apologize. In truth, he was curious to know what kind of person he used to be, and she was surprised by the sudden question. Stammering, she said that, of course, he was greatest source of great pride for all demons. From her reaction, Valier knew something was off. Instead, Valier said he could let that go for now because he intended to sleep. They had agreed to meet the other 2 members of the infiltration squad the next day. Then he realized that if he slept on the bed, she'd have nowhere to lie down. But it didn't take long before she laid down next to him. It was a sudden development. Elleris hadn't mentioned anything about sharing a bed like this. Since his reincarnation, he thought everything had been awful. But right now it wasn't so bad. And he even celebrated a little for being the Demon King. Dawn came, and Valier left with Elleris to begin their infiltration. The capital was extremely noisy. The resurrection of the princess, the soldiers' sacrifice, and the death of the demon. Of course, they wouldn't stop shouting in celebration. The war was over. Everyone celebrated in the streets, shouting for the sake of the empire and the imperial princess. Meanwhile, the 2 turned their backs to the crowd to catch the man, a train that was from the Alaga district, and they began heading south, moving toward the Bronze Gate. Thanks to making the character an opportunist, they didn't have to walk all the way from Yongsan Station to the express bus terminal to Bampo Hongang Park. Now, they had reached the lower part of the Bronze Gate, and Valier had to admit it was truly a den of beggars. But Elleris said they had no other option. They were going to meet the king of the beggars, and headed near the sewers. Meanwhile, inside the sewers, someone could already sense something approaching. As Elleris and Valier walked in, she warned him to be careful since it was still quite dark, and soon someone stood up, recognizing that Elleris had arrived. The person who appeared was Lawyer, who bowed to the protagonist and greeted the prince, stammered out a greeting in return. She was a girl, but he figured they'd never said the prince was a guy, so he should have expected something like this. Warrior asked if Sarkarbar was coming too, and Elleris nodded. He was a busy noble and had only given them notice in advance. The prince had lost all his memories except for who he was, and Lawyer asked if that was really true. Valier confirmed it even so. Lawyer sighed, saying it was a relief. But the protagonist didn't understand why she reacted that way. At the very least, he wouldn't order Lawyer to pull up her skirt and act like a dog, like he used to. And Valier wondered what kind of person this character used to be. Elleris laughed, saying it seemed like Lawyer secretly enjoyed it, and Lawyer nervously told her to shut up, claiming she'd never said anything like that. Valier realized he must have been a real scumbag in the past, but it was a shame he couldn't remember any of it. So he apologized still. She replied that it was okay. Valier said he knew the past couldn't be erased, but they could try to do better from now on. When he extended his hand, Lawyer offered hers, and Valier felt like it was her way of offering her paw like a dog, which made Lawyer yank her hand back with an embarrassed shout, prompting Elleris to laugh because it had really been instinctive, despite that Valier said it was fine. He'd be more careful not to provoke her too much, even if Lawyer kept doing things like that. Suddenly they heard a voice and saw someone running and shouting, because he had just seen that the prince was alive. He ran straight at Valier and hugged him so tightly that Valier nearly fell to the ground from the force of the impact. Sarkar cried, saying he'd been terrified this whole time, and Lawyer was shocked that he had run so hard he was out of breath. Sarkar wept, saying that the great and mighty demon prince, Valier Jr., had to stop the impure humans. Valier could barely breathe and asked him to let go. Then, he remembered Alaris's earlier warning to be careful with this guy. With absolute loyalty to the Demon King and the Demon Realm, he was more than ready to sacrifice his soul to rebuild the Demon Kingdom. As Valier tried to pull away, Lawyer grabbed Sarkavor by the hair to make him back off. Once and for all, after everyone stepped back, they sat down to talk. And Sarkar Bar stated that Valier had to rebuild the Demon Kingdom because it had been destroyed. Sarkar Bar declared that he should avenge the fallen king and build an even greater and more powerful demon realm. But Lawyer said all of that was nonsense and told him to shut up once and for all. And Valier sighed at her demand. Still, he was just a useless little kid for such a grand dream. But Sarkoba asked what he meant by that. Because he was the greatest and most powerful archdemon, ruling over all demons, and Valier asked, what was so impressive about that? The three of them fell silent at that, while Sarkavar continued praising the Archmen endlessly, until Alaris cut him off to speak again. She explained that in the Dark Land where they had lived, it had been a relentless war zone, where blood never dried a long time ago. Humans had begun to form nations to change that, but without considering uniting. There were different races, and the demons were destroying themselves, until the day special demons stopped the Great War and united the Dark Land. This demon interfered with the minds of others. They gave him the title of Archiman out of respect, and it later became the name of the Demon King species. Valier understood better now and asked what he was supposed to do, wanting to know if they even had a plan for that. For now, Sarkar said he should focus on getting stronger, returning to the demon realm and gathering all the demons. The protagonist replied that it wasn't the worst plan, but it was way too risky to do that immediately. They were in the heart of enemy territory, the imperial capital, and he would stay there to learn the culture and customs of humans, and also formulate a strategy. Sarkagar even cried from emotion, as expected of Valier. He couldn't hold back his tears at the prince's bravery. In reality, it was because there were mana trains, and human society was much more convenient for getting things done. That's when Sarkaglia claimed he had a brilliant new idea, and suggested Valier enroll in the Empire's educational institution. Called the Temple. Valier asked what kind of nonsense that was. But Lawyer and Sarkaglia seemed to be understanding each other. Somehow he could get stronger and plant the seeds of vengeance inside the temple school, where the Empire's prodigies were trained. But Valier couldn't get out of this so easily, so he needed Ellery's help, who immediately replied that it was a great idea. Stammering Valier said this was a problem, because they didn't even know what would happen there. It would be dangerous if his identity were revealed. However, Sarko replied that it was fine, because with the doppelganger's ring he was offering, Valier could change his appearance whenever he wanted. The demon realm was now in his hands, and Valier felt pressured by the intense gaze coming from Sarkagar. So it was decided the protagonist would go to the temple school, using the false identity given to him by Alaris and Sarkavor. But there was a possibility of an investigation into the victims of Charlotte's kidnapping after the princess's return. As a precaution, Lawyer went to see Daybon, someone else who would help them, and Daybon shook hands with the person who came in with Lawyer. He asked what his name was, and now Valier had become Ranar. The blonde-haired boy Alaris explained there was a risk of exposure if he used the name of the deceased Demon King. Lawyer asked if he could use the name Screams of Hell. Sarkata replied that was too perverted, maybe even Greeking, and Alaris responded that his real name would sound far less suspicious than those awful suggestions. Valier told them to stop or they'd never be done, and suggested the name Reinhardt instead. He would change his appearance using the doppelganger ring, and so he had a new and false identity and appearance. With Lawyer's help, he would attend the temple school. Lawyer had mentioned it before. She would take him to get his new identity the next day. Devon already knew she wanted to take him to the temple. Lawyer agreed, explaining she wanted to help that guy get established in life. Avon understood her intention, but still he asked how they planned to pay the tuition, which caught Lawyer off guard because she hadn't thought about that. Devon said that with their current income, they couldn't afford the temple school's tuition. Under these circumstances, Valier realized he had completely forgotten. It would be impossible for those beggars to afford a year of temple school tuition, as they were now the most prestigious educational center on the continent. That was the Temple School of Guardium, as it was widely known, a place where children of noble families came to study. If the tuition for a year of the temple school were converted into dollars, it would be at least around 100,000. Lawyer sighed. It seemed they couldn't afford it with what they were earning now. If they reduced how much was being paid to the gang, maybe things could be rearranged. Valier wondered how they could even call it gang budget when all they did was sell candy. He'd have to check into that later. Lawyer had said many times before that if they did that, they have to shut down the shop. And Daiban felt there was no other way to resolve this. So Valier asked them to just pay for one semester of tuition. And Lawyer asked if he was thinking of applying for a scholarship or something like that. And he agreed there was something like that. Now that the hero was dead, the Empire would start looking for the second or third hero. So if he became talented, they might cover the tuition. In fact, if someone was very talented, the temple school would pay the tuition regardless. It didn't matter whether they were looking for a hero or not, and even if he was a low-level demon, he was still an archman. Valier said that as long as he trained hard there, he was sure he'd be able to gain at least one talent. And Lawyer replied that it was good to have such confidence. If the worst happened, he could always create a talent using his achievement points. Daebon replied that even so, it was still complicated, couldn't avoid the fact that their funds weren't enough to cover the tuition. Right now, besides, people didn't come to the Bronze Gate Bridge as much anymore. That was why their income was steadily declining. And Valier asked if they couldn't just change their way of thinking. Davin asked if he had another idea in mind if customers didn't come to them, then maybe they could go to the customers. A place where many people came and went, and somewhere you could escape easily if something went wrong. The man had trained if they could sell toys there. The children would cry and throw tantrums, to the point where the parents would have no choice but to buy one for them, no matter how defective they were. And Lawyer was impressed. I really was clever. Even Davon agreed. He said Lawyer had a good eye for things, and thought Valier had a bright future ahead of him, asking him to make sure he got into the temple school. Valier felt like Lawyer was about to call him a bastard for that. He couldn't let that happen, and wondered if he should teach her a lesson. Instead, Valier offered his hand and said they should do their best. It didn't take long before Lawyer acted like a dog again, and created that weird and awkward scene, leaving aside the scene with Lawyer. Later that night, everyone gathered to drink and enjoy the evening, while the protagonist remained in disguise. They talked about how Lawyer praised Valier a lot, and he replied that he was really happy to hear that. Devin said they should raise a toast in the name of the new family member, the one known as Reinhardt. They all toasted to the new addition, amidst all the mess of drinking and throwing, up until the protagonist asked who the gang members he had mentioned earlier were. Devin laughed and said it was them. Valier thought about it for a moment, but it really didn't make any sense. Lawyer made money through the large organization she built, with pure violence, and thanks to that, she was able to sponsor the Infiltration Squad, a magical item shop, and a noble. They were even able to sustain themselves without worry. It was clear to Valier that Lawyer was hiding something. Laughing, Davin pointed to the intersection up ahead, where there was a roundabout. That was why they were called the Roundabout Gang. The protagonist laughed when he realized they had based it on something like that, but he still intended to figure out what they were really hiding, leaving the bad name aside. Suddenly Lawyer appeared to scold them, asking if they had really given him alcohol like that. Lawyer questioned Davin, who froze in fear at the sight of her terrifying aura, and asked what he was doing there. Valier felt like it really was a bad moment. He ended up being dragged by the collar by Lawyer, straight to the interrogation room. Davin left Valier in the girl's hands as he was dragged away. She complained that she couldn't even take her eyes off him. For 1 second, Warrior asked what he planned to do if he got drunk, and did something stupid while out of their reach. Lawyer started saying that he couldn't do things like that, but it was Valier who interrupted to ask something. It must be pretty hard to sponsor both the infiltration team's activities and the temple school tuition. especially with just one source of income. So she must have had another one to be able to manage all that. She hesitated in reply that she never said anything before because she thought the protagonist already knew. It hadn't been her intention to hide it. Even so, Valier asked if she was doing anything that could hurt people, and Lawyer said no, but admitted it could happen sometimes. To be honest, selling candy was just a front for the group. Gang helped Guardium's thieves guild collect information, while disguised as beggars. Valier felt that they were like a fantasy version of the Beggars Guild from the Hao clan. In a way, it was almost funny if it weren't so strange. Lawyer said that if he commanded her, she could tell him everything. But she didn't think he needed to know much about that matter. He could just forget all of this after entering the temple school. After all, if Valier managed to earn a talent and get a scholarship, it would be for the best. You wouldn't have to get involved with the Rotary Gang's money anymore. There was nothing left to do but go to sleep without asking anything else. All because Lawyer didn't seem like she was going to say anything more. And the next day, they still had to go to the administrative office of the imperial capital with Davin. Getting an ID was even easier than Valier expected. Davin smiled because he had business there, and obviously it would be easy. So while they were in the city, Valier noticed the temple school enrollment office. Damon said that every time he came there, it looked bigger than before. It was impressive because there were still only rich people trying to send their children to the temple school. But that wasn't exactly it. Valier replied that this must be the counseling office. If you took the test there, and they confirmed you had exceptional talent, you could enter without paying. Davin realized that was where they evaluated talents, but Valier still knew they needed to go to the other side, so they headed in another direction. They followed along as numbers were being called, and when their number came up, Valier and Davin went to the reception. The receptionist asked if they knew that this was the enrollment window, and Davin got nervous trying to respond. Valier said he was there to pay his tuition and enter the school, and she sighed at his words. There were always people like them, who thought they could enter the school for just one semester. Valier asked if that wasn't allowed, and the receptionist laughed. Normally when that happened, the children who entered the school tried to borrow money from other kids. To prevent that kind of situation, they didn't allow students to register with just a semester's worth of tuition. Valier sighed, realizing he hadn't counted on that, and finally said they should leave if that was the case. But Davin said they could at least take the test. After all, Valier might be a genius or someone with supernatural power. Davin asked if the test cost money, and the receptionist said that taking the test was still free dying. She ended up agreeing not they had come all this way, so they might as well take the test anyway. Still, Valerie and Davin talked. It felt like a waste of time, but Davin felt it wasn't. They just had to do what they could. Valier felt like he was the one discouraged, and the receptionist told him to place his hand on the detector. That made the protagonist worry about the possibility of them finding out. He was an archman due to his demon domination. There was no way that would happen. But just in case, he could use the ring at the exact moment. However, the receptionist was surprised by what was happening with the detector, and Valier grew worried, wondering if he should run away. Devin asked what was wrong, and she apologized, saying her device seemed to be broken and she would go replace it. Then Devin joked, asking if maybe something good was hidden inside him, and Valier laughed, saying there was nothing like that. For now, it didn't seem like they had discovered he was a demon. She just said she'd replace the crystal ball. But to begin with, he knew his attributes better than anyone else. And soon she brought out another detector. This one was new. She checked that it was working properly this time, so things would probably go smoothly now. When Valier touched it again, the receptionist looked worried, and Devin asked what happened, wondering if it broke again. She found the situation odd. She was sure it should have been functioning normally. Then she asked Valier to hold it there for a moment, and he wondered if he had some sort of skill that could break devices, or something like that. The woman just remained shocked by what she was seeing. It should have been impossible, because the aptitude it showed was catching her attention. Aptitude was an inferior form of talent. It wasn't enough to call someone a peerless genius, but it could show that someone would achieve good results if they worked hard in that direction. Over time still, even though someone couldn't enter the school just with aptitude, they still told children their aptitude during evaluations as a service, but when she showed value the result, Even he was surprised according to the test. He was born with an aptitude for all things in this world. According to the results, the protagonist was capable of using both divine magic and dark magic, something that had never happened before in the Empire. Devon slapped Valier while laughing, when he realized he had been right from the start, relieved to have hit the mark. However, this was a problem because it wasn't what the protagonist wanted, and later even Lawyer was shocked by the so-called infinite aptitude, even praised it as amazing, saying they had a future elite member among them, and she made him shut up with a punch. But infinite aptitude felt devalued, like something the story needed to make sense. He could choose any path he wanted. With his achievement points, he could specialize in close quarters combat, magic, or archery. Not only that, Valier could acquire any talent he wanted, and if he had enough achievement points, he could unlock it. That was why this world had given him aptitude in every field, and that was when someone approached him to talk again. It was Davin, who noticed he didn't look very happy after seeing the results, and Valier replied that he was happy. He just didn't want to be a burden to the group. And Davin bragged it was all thanks to him. After all, Valier wouldn't have discovered his abilities otherwise, as Diamond walked away feeling amazing. The protagonist realized he was finally reaching the main story. Valeria had planned to join the main storyline in the following semester, but the way things were going, he would be placed in the royal class immediately. The royal class was a special class in the temple, an elite class where all students received permanent scholarships, with their own extravagant dormitories and heavy financial support. They were geniuses who could attend any classes without restriction. They were known as the greatest talents of the Empire. Valier had planned to be a regular student for a semester and try to gather some achievement points. But the thought that they would put someone like him directly into class was something even he hadn't expected. Even Alaris was surprised when she heard about it. Classa was the top elite, even among the royal classes. However, Valier didn't look happy about it at all, and Alaris asked if something else was bothering him. When he thought about it, Classa would probably be mocked by the main character very soon. The main character of a novel, The Demon King is Dead, was Ludwig, a transfer student from Class 1B. Ludwig turns against Class A, which mocked Class B for being inferior, and he befriends his classmates while progressing through his journey. In other words, most of the students in class were arrogant and had huge egos. After all, infinite aptitude was something that made Valier happy. It was good to be highly evaluated, but also made him feel a bit pressured. Alaris reassured him, saying he would still do well and didn't need to worry. And the protagonist smiled at the thought. He could already imagine the villains he would meet in Class A. If something were to happen, he wouldn't survive on aptitude alone. Alaris said they would also do their best to support Valier as much as possible. The temple allowed students to leave campus. Valier asked Alaris why she wanted him to go to the temple so badly, and she hesitated without answering. Then the protagonist said that if he really became as powerful as Sarkovar wanted, changing his mind and starting a war could truly happen. Finally, she replied that she believed if he spent enough time with humans, he might start to love them too. Valier asked if it wasn't something she would regret later, and she said she would deal with those problems when they came. For now, she prepared some clothes and snapped her fingers, making a suitcase of clothing appear. Valier needed more than just his current school uniform. But beyond all that, she also offered a red stone necklace and placed it around his neck, asking him to keep it with him. Valier asked what it was, and Alaris asked if he remembered, when she referred to herself as Tuesday. Valier remembered it was the first time he went to the store, and she nodded a long time ago. There were 7 vampire clans called the Seven Knights. The Monday and Sunday clans disappeared long ago, so their magics were forgotten. But the other 5 clans specialized in elements corresponding to their names, and passed that down through generations. What she just offered Valier was a treasure of her clan, the symbol of the clan leader called Tuesday, and it was her flame. The protagonist asked if that meant she was the leader of the Tuesday clan, and Alaris confirmed it was the case. He then questioned why she would give him something so important, and Alaris explained that just like the ring Surkar gave him had the power of doppelgangers, this was similar this necklace. allowed him to use as much fire magic as his magical reserves could handle. She suggested she could give it a try, and Valier was surprised to see the power of that small, red stone on the necklace. He stood up, deciding to cast fire magic with his own power. But when he tried, for some reason the power was very small and weak. It was almost like using a flint and Ellers. Hope he wouldn't get too used to Tuesday's flame. Valier asked why that was, and she explained that the more negatively he felt towards someone, the more power the item would provide. She hoped he now understood why she had given him Tuesday's flame. Valier felt he understood the reason she gave it to him dinner. She didn't want him to hurt anyone. She was also worried about her own safety. With that, he thanked Alaris, promising he'd do his best to keep that in mind and try not to use the necklace until he graduated. Alaris smiled at hearing that, thankful that the prince understood. And Lawyer also offered something to the protagonist for a moment. He didn't know what it was, but she explained that it was a pouch with money. Equal to his allowance, it was supposed to be his tuition, but now that he had a scholarship, he could use it however he wanted. Unlike the others' money was all Lawyer had to offer. Valier thanked her, saying he would use the money wisely, and she asked him to have a good night's sleep. Valier got annoyed, because Lawyer started telling him to take care of himself so much that he was being treated like a real child. It was only recently that the protagonist remembered a crucial issue about that novel. That story, The Demon King is Dead, was a slice of life, a nice, relaxing story. He wrote to please fans tired of dark and tragic endings, but he had no talent for wrapping up a happy story. He ran out of material to write very quickly, and the story lost its purpose. He ended up doing that, and now he wondered if that was the real reason his story ended up flopping. Again, it was something that happened toward the final parts. In the middle of the story, a portal connected to another world suddenly opened, and thousands of monsters came through. The world would begin to be annihilated. And now he realized he was in serious trouble if things were heading toward that outcome. Knowing that, Valier wondered what he should do. Maybe he could take the chance to run away. He could flee and wait for the end to come. However, he asked himself why he had to suffer for his own stupid decisions. When he thought about escaping, he remembered those who tried to care for him and felt he needed to pull himself together, no matter what happened to the world. He was the one most responsible. He had to take responsibility. He needed to go to the temple and get stronger, to earn even more achievement points than he already had. After all, he needed to use the revision to stop the portal from opening, or to fight against all those monsters. Whether it was the destruction of the world or anything else, he had to do something to fix the situation. Time passed, and soon an announcement was made for the new students at the temple, telling them to have their student ID and admission letter ready. The new students of the royal class were expected to be present in the dormitory hall at 1 p.m. Valier was stunned. He only realized it once he had arrived in the capital. To think his lazy descriptions had been materialized like this was impressive. He wondered how much money they had spent on all of it. Inside the building, it was even more impressive than usual, and he wondered how he could find his room in a place so large. As he walked, suddenly a girl approached him to talk. She recognized him as the new student, and Valier greeted her. She introduced herself as Sierra Zenoan, the class president of the royal class. Sierra knew he was probably looking for his room, and asked if she could help. Requesting to see his ID, Valier handed it over, and she saw that his name was Ranhard with no surname, and he was part of Class A. He had been assigned to room A11. She explained that he should head in the other direction, toward Class A's hall, and reminded him of the announcement he heard. There would be a welcome party for new students at 1 p.m. Attendance was mandatory. As they would explain the rules the newcomers were expected to follow, Valier thanked her for the help, and Sierra's moved on to assist other new students. He then went toward where room A11 was located. It didn't take long to find the room, and he used his ID card to access it, just as he had been instructed. He was surprised and wondered if it was some kind of magic too, so these things barely surprise him anymore. What his room was supposed to look like, he couldn't remember at all. He didn't usually write down things with such small details. However, he was caught off guard because the room was enormous and luxurious, even bigger than he expected. He wondered if all students got rooms like this. First, the imperial capital. then the temple, and now the room. Everything was so fascinating and almost felt terrifying. Suddenly, Valier noticed a wrapped gift package. He opened it wondering if it was for him. There was no way they paid that much attention. He decided to check what it was inside. There was a map, dormitory rules, some candy, a notebook, and a pen. It was surprisingly kind. He still had some time and could memorize all the rules and the things he was supposed to use there. While writing, he tried to recall things about Class A and Class B until an announcement came, saying that all new students needed to go to the main hall. Valier was surprised because time had passed quickly. He could only clearly remember the names of a few characters, but it should be enough. He had things somewhat organized in his mind to know who was who, and so the protagonist stepped outside to meet the other students. Even with all the preparation, he could only recognize a few of them, and he felt a bit nervous, until he noticed some senior students from the royal class. Watching from above, they all had terrifying expressions. He was surprised to see how many had shown up, and it was a considerable number. No one would think the seniors would take interest in the new students, and Valier wondered why they had come. Suddenly, someone stomped hard on the protagonist's foot, and he fell to the ground in pain, turning around to complain, because they should have been more careful. But he was caught off guard. When the person bent down to apologize and check if he was okay, the person helped him up while still apologizing. But Valier was too stunned staring at the guy. After all, it was Ludwig who introduced himself with a smile, and the protagonist used the name Reinhard to introduce himself to Ludwig. And Valier shook hands, and the protagonist tried not to get too tense, while looking at the main character of his own story. Ludwig noted that the welcome party would start soon, and it was upon seeing Ludwig that Valier finally felt, for the first time, like he was inside his own story. Sears announced through the microphone that was about to begin, and asked all new students to take the seats in the center of the hall. Class B was supposed to have 10 students, but he could see 11 now. It seemed they adjusted the numbers, because he entered through a special admission. But the thought that Valerie would become the last in class made him nervous already. Imagine the students pressuring him, wanting to know if he was the infinite aptitude guy. He was that guy with all the height, but with a fragile body. People probably wouldn't even believe someone with no visible talent had made it into class. He was sure that exact scenario would happen. It was the perfect setup for something like that to unfold soon. Mrs. said they should begin introductions, and Valier felt like he'd be better off in B11. The first person to introduce himself to everyone in Class A1 was Bertus DeGardias, which was a complete shock for the protagonist. He was originally supposed to enroll under a fake identity, but there he was, and another girl introduced herself as a 4. Harriet the Saint 01. There was also Care, who was a 10. And finally, Valier introduced himself, still using the name Reinhardt. All around him, people whispered about him being the guy with infinite aptitude, not understanding how someone could enter the royal class. With just aptitude, Valier sat back down after his introduction, trying not to feel nervous. Everyone was gossiping too much, which was incredibly embarrassing. Suddenly a character appeared that shocked the protagonist. The person introducing herself as B1 was Charlotte DeGardias. She originally wasn't supposed to be there. The external power structure didn't apply within the temple school, as proof except for Bertus and Charlotte. None of the royal family members had entered the royal class, which meant that not even the royal family could get in, without proving they were talented and skilled. If Bertus, the first prince, graduated with top grades, that alone could grant him immense power. So the secret villain of the Demon King is dead. Bertus DeGardias was going to enter the royal class, and that would just be the first step to turning his ambition into reality. But now that both the prince and princess of the empire had entered the royal class in the same year, things would be unpredictable. That wasn't written in the novel, and the protagonist wondered if the script had changed. After all, he and the imperial princess were both originally supposed to die. Bertus was also supposed to keep his identity a secret, but he ended up revealing everything from the start. Just imagining all of that as acting, even though he was the creator of that character, gave him goosebumps just from watching the original. Bertus awakened 3 talents after Duke Solarian invested in him. Talents that, after thorough research, the Empire deemed absolutely necessary. All of it was so he could reach the supreme class. a talent related to combat, magic sensitivity, and mana control. Without one of those three, it was impossible to become a member of the Supreme Class. With Umbertus, after fulfilling the necessary conditions, became a sword master that couldn't have been different from the novel. The problem was Charlotte de Gardius. The first princess, it was just Valier's guess. But he believed both Princes Bertus and Charlotte were in the royal class, but it seems she ended up in B1. Her talent was lower than Bertus since she wasn't in Class A, but judging solely by ability, Bertus would never be in A1. It would have been problematic if both princes were in the same class. However, the school faculty thought it would be dangerous for both princes to enter the royal class for the first time. So when everyone finished introducing themselves, they could focus on talking about the royal class rules. Sierra explained that in the royal and temple classes, everyone was on the same level. The only difference was which class they were assigned to, regardless of being a high-ranking noble or a member of the royal family. They were now all equal. Everyone needed to understand that. The temple couldn't exist if they started arguing over the power of each family. If anyone still wanted to stir attention with family status in there, Ceres warned everyone that they receive a notice from the student council president if someone accumulated too many warnings. They have a meeting with the faculty, and after that, disciplinary action would follow. So they better start getting used to the idea of being expelled. Also, there was a new letter from the Royal Palace of Guardia. Normally, that wouldn't be allowed. But Sarah's decided to read it just this once because it was special, depending on how the letter was interpreted. It applied to everything inside or outside the temple. Charlotte de Gardius or Bertus de Gardius were harmed in any way, regardless of status. The other party would immediately be stripped of their right to the throne. That's why Emperor Nelia de Gardius was declaring that this wasn't just about Bertus and Charlotte. Valier could tell that it extended to all their followers, inside and outside the temple. In other words, it meant they had to treat everyone's life as if it were their own, and compete with everyone in good faith. It seemed that Bertus and Charlotte weren't going to fight each other, at least for now with that. Later on, Bertus kept using that fake smile to treat the other students like friends. Obviously, it would be troubling if he got a warning or anything like that, and Valier had to admit that Bastard was really good at what he did. The student Bertus was talking to his heir de Lafery, and Bertus commented that Lafery was known for its grapes and wine. Eric was surprised that he knew about the Lafayette, but Valier knew it was just Bertus sweet talking him to win him over. Then Bertus politely excused himself when he saw someone passing by. He walked up to a girl asking to speak, and even Valier didn't understand what he was doing. Bertus told the girl not to think anything strange about him. He just wanted to introduce himself to everyone. He introduced himself and sincerely apologized. She should have been part of Class A1. But it seemed the temple administration was being a bit more cautious than usual. Valier realized the girl with black hair and black eyes that Bertus was talking to was someone he recognized. The girl was Ellen A2, and she replied that she didn't mind. She didn't really care about those things. The fact she was the A1 of the royal class, but had been demoted to A2 because of Bertus. And she had a secret. She was a genius with a revenge talent, nearly good enough to be an A1. Her real name, or rather her last name to be precise, was Artorius, a hero who defeated the Demon King by sacrificing himself. Ellen is actually the younger sister of Regan Artorius. But it didn't take long before Valier heard a voice loudly speaking. It was Ludwig who arrived, smiling at everyone and greeting them like a typical, generic anime protagonist. And very quickly, everyone went silent, staring at him with that awkward atmosphere. This was the first event of the novel. Ludwig got a mark on his neck because he carelessly spoke to someone from Class A. Even so, Ludwig approached Valier to talk, happy to see a familiar face from before, while the two exchanged handshakes. Harriet was stunned watching that friendly scene in front of her. She grumbled that it was really annoying. But Ludwig smiled and walked over to greet her as well, only to be ignored as she slapped away the hand he offered. Harriet told him to leave because that was the dormitory for Class A, and he got nervous, realizing he wasn't allowed to be there. Harriet pressed him, saying she didn't know if he could or not, but she was sure that whenever a Class B student was around, it always caused trouble. But who came to his rescue was Bertus, who asked Harriet if she wasn't going a bit too far with that comment. Valier's side Harriet was in trouble now. Her talent was magic, and she was the daughter of Duke Saint-Éwan. She needed to make a good impression on the prince, which was unfortunate. Starting an argument with him wasn't a good move. She backed off from the situation, and Burrus introduced himself to Ludwig, apologizing for it, saying there were a few sensitive people in that room, but he could feel free to use the beeper if he needed to say something. He could teach Ludwig how to use it if he didn't know. At that, Eric got emotional and praised the prince, saying he was super cool, making Valier sigh at the scene. Suddenly, the protagonist received an achievement for completing his first day at the temple, and he now had 100 points in hand. Valier was shocked that he got 100 points just for watching Ludwig get belittled by the snobs from Class A. What surprised him even more was realizing he could actually get much more than that. Up to 800 points, there was also a talent list swordsmanship. Archery and magic sensitivity would each cost 1,000 points. Weapon mastery would cost 10,000 and magic 20,000. Valier felt like he was being mocked. He had a very small amount of points. Way too little, and even the system told him to shut up and stop being greedy for wanting more, which made him sigh, realizing he could only accept it. Even so, he decided to check the subsections about supernatural abilities. Valier wanted to use magic, but there was nothing he could do now. However, supernatural abilities were extremely weak at the beginning of their manifestation. They were hard to control and required repetitive training. Valier decided to earn more achievement points before buying a supernatural skill. He could also decide which one to pick as things progressed. Although the royal class had its entrance ceremony separately, the procedure was quite simple. The head teacher introduced them to the classrooms of each professor, and they were taken to the private class buildings near the dormitories. Valier felt like there wasn't much to the entrance ceremony, which probably meant that even between the princess and the prince, nothing had changed. Suddenly, he heard the voice of the class, a teacher telling the students to stay focused on their studies. This man was Mr. Eppenhauser, the teacher of class's classroom. They would have classes in that room on Mondays and Thursdays, on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. They would have pre-registered classes, and Eppen told Bertus he would be the temporary leader. Managing the class would be his role. All suggestions should be submitted to the leader first. If they wanted to change leaders, they should discuss it among themselves and then report it. All necessary information would be passed through A1, but there was one exception. They should call him immediately if a major fight broke out. That would be the best way to stop students from killing each other. However, their field of view had limits, so they should watch out for one another during that time. Therefore, they should later check what talents their classmates had. That's when a student spoke up. The student asked what would happen if he had to intervene, and Eppen replied that they would be placed under special management. While they were valuable assets to the empire, they could also be dangerous to one another. They should have been warned about that. Upon entering, Eppen stated that as the instructor of the royal class, he had permission to punish each of them immediately by placing them under special management. Another student laughed, asking if he could really do that, and Eppen said he'd been doing the same thing for 10 years now. He hoped they got the message and would be very careful with their actions. Valier wondered if a teacher was really supposed to be that harsh with his students. Then Eppen commented that A11 was strange. Valier got nervous because he was suddenly called to accompany the teacher in the middle of the conversation. He wondered why, and in the reserve room, the teacher brought up his infinite aptitude. His potential was infinite, but even so, he had no other talent to show them. Eppen showed some student profiles. One was Grant's A3, who had his supernatural ability, and another was Cliffman A5, who had a combat talent. Grant's would take classes in supernatural abilities and control, while Cliffman would attend classes related to combat in parallel. In other words, Valier's classmates had specific paths to follow, and the protagonist nodded in understanding. Eppen went on to say that Valier had aptitude in all fields, but nothing particularly special. He probably didn't know what to study. Valier was surprised, because it seemed like his teacher was actually helping him. And Eppin continued explaining that for some people, their talent and aptitude might align well, or they might be completely different from what that person wants. Eppin had seen many cases like that. Compared to them, the protagonist was the best and could do anything. Valley remembered what he'd read in his status window and replied that he'd like to learn supernatural abilities. The teacher hesitated and then said, he knew Valier had many talents that were described vaguely, to leave things open-ended. But he questioned whether supernatural abilities were actually involved. And Valier laughed. If he had infinite aptitude, then it should apply. Protagonist brought up supernatural abilities because they were cheap, but his teacher's reaction wasn't very good. Eppin said that if they were to follow the rules, people without supernatural abilities couldn't attend those classes. But for those in the royal class, it was a bit different still. You could be expelled if you failed to prove you had any aptitude in that field. Valier silently agreed. And so Eppin decided he would just give him one lesson, handing over his class schedule for the semester. He wouldn't accept anything beyond that. I caught Valier off guard, because it was a massive list of things to do. But the teacher replied that this was normal. It was hard to manifest supernatural abilities through effort alone, so you should try out other interesting things as well. And Valier thanked his teacher for the help, later realizing he was actually a better person than expected. When he returned to the classroom, everyone was staring at the protagonist, and he wondered why. Maybe it was something on his face. Then suddenly one of the students started provoking Valier, because it looked like he didn't have any talent. Valier admitted he didn't, and the student exclaimed, asking if the others thought that was right. This was the royal class, after all. It didn't make any sense to place someone there with just one aptitude, especially in their room, which had one of the highest entry requirements. Still, the student mocked him, asking how he even managed to get into Class A when he should have gone to Class B. Faced with these accusations, he asked if it was because he greeted that guy from Class B, and Valier sighed, asking him to be quiet. The student got angry for being challenged, and the protagonist asked why he was talking to him like that, considering he wasn't even the one who made that decision. It was all up to the admissions staff, who were responsible for that arrangement. The other asked if he thought he bribed them, was just placed in that class because they told him to, but that guy was still giving him trouble, and he shouted, demanding to know who he thought the head of admissions was, which made the student step back of the aggression. The protagonist pushed him to admit that he wasn't one of the admissions people, so he had no right to talk nonsense. He even made the student tremble with fear under threat. Same guy who had a talent for a large mana capacity, but no aptitude for magic. Valier even patted the guy's head and sighed, saying he was only good at talking trash about others. After scaring the student off, the rest of the class grew a little afraid of the protagonist, thinking he had made a fool of himself. Now Valier felt like he had messed everything up and wondered if he'd end up getting a warning for getting mad at someone. Or maybe he should just keep acting the same way. But for some reason, Bertus looked at him with a smile, and Valier wondered what exactly he was looking at him like that for, and what was going on inside that fake prince's head. It was making him uneasy later. All the students gathered for a snack break, and of course Valier was left alone. Bertus was constantly getting distracted by different things. Made him feel like he really should have thought things through before acting, and he wondered how things ended up exactly as he imagined they would. That's because in the middle of class, Valier ended up coughing and causing trouble for the other students, which led to his isolation and worsened the classroom atmosphere. Meanwhile, Bertus asked Harriet if she had a talent for magic, and she nodded, asking in return whether he had magic sensitivity and mana control. When the prince agreed, she smiled because it seemed like they were kind of alike. And suddenly, another voice called out to Charlotte to try something else. When they turned, it was Ludwig offering food to the princess, even though she refused, saying she didn't like greasy things. Still, he'd insisted because she had to eat in order to recover quickly, and he kept complaining as he continued to offer food. Valier realized he was worrying too much. An introvert like him didn't need to be concerned with extroverts. After all, the two would end up getting along just fine, so they had no reason to care about someone like Valier. Time passed, and the practical classes began, where the students had to run, and their teacher shouted at them not to stop and to keep up the pace. The teacher said elementary school was over, If they wanted to complain about what they were doing, they should focus on packing and going home. Valerie was getting sick of running 20 laps after eating. The teacher showed no mercy. He said they needed to train their physical conditioning, regardless of whether their talent was in combat, magic, or supernatural skills. If they couldn't meet the Empire standards, they would fail. They must not forget that and should focus on training. Harriet felt like she was going to die from so much running. She was a sorceress and wondered what she was supposed to do now. The teacher ran past her, asking what it felt like to die, catching her off guard and startling her. He shouted that if this were a real battle, she'd already be dead, and Harriet screamed, begging him to let her run in peace. While that chaos unfolded, suddenly a voice called out to the protagonist. It was Ludwig, who showed up smiling. He asked if Valier was already tired when it had only been 20 laps, then ran ahead, telling him to hang in there. Valier sighed. It was strange being around people with so much energy like that. He'd have to endure this torture for an entire semester. Suddenly, someone sprinted past them at full speed. Was Ellen. She was extremely fast and had no issues with physical activity. That wasn't even written in the novel. The only person with stamina on par with Ludwig's was Ellen. Later, the teacher forced them to do sit UPS and other exercises, yelling that they were all slow and ordering them to do it properly without stopping for even a moment. Valia wondered what kind of training this even was, and in the middle of the exercise, he saw Charlotte sitting on a bench. He was a little envious of her, even though she was only sitting there because she was sick. The teacher didn't go easy on the rest. He yelled at the ones who were struggling and crying, telling them to swallow their tears and use that as willpower to continue. If he saw a Valier slowing down, he would definitely make him run 10 more laps. Meanwhile, Ludwig was giving his all doing sit UPS. He did so many with Ellen that the two of them looked like maniacs, working out full force some time later. The characters finally got a chance to take a shower and calm down, even though they were sore from the exercises. Even so, the students wondered why they had to take such classes together, though that wasn't even the real problem. They would go through that torture every Thursday. Even Valier was going crazy because of it. You end up sweating like an animal every Thursday. And another student came up to comment that he didn't seem very fit. Earlier, it was the same guy who had mocked the protagonist for not having any talent. And Valier asked since when he cared about that boy, said that looking at Valier, he didn't seem like someone good at fighting, and asked if he really thought he could just stand out in class by himself. Valier got irritated after all. That guy was the one who started it. The student got angry and shoved the protagonist. He questioned how someone like Valier dared to talk back to him, and the mood in the area grew tense again. Valier sighed, saying that was enough. But the student still wasn't done, and told him to try talking crap again if he dared. It made no sense that someone like him, without talent, was occupying a spot in class. Suddenly, Valier grabbed him by the neck and prepared to punch him in the face, and the student shouted because a fight had broken out. Lundberg and Bertus held the protagonist back because they weren't supposed to fight. But Valier still told that guy to repeat what he said if he wanted another beating. Another student pulled the one who provoked him by the collar, and the commotion continued as they tried to call a teacher. Later, both of them were standing under the gaze of Eppin, who commented on how they had already fought on the very first day of class. The student stammered that Valier had hit him first and was already insulting him before that, and the protagonist felt it was true that they had fought, but seeing how quickly the teacher reacted, it must have been Louis Ankton who went to call the teacher. Eppin told him to be quiet because he hadn't asked anything, and asked if it was Valier who started it, and the protagonist agreed. But it was the student Care who made comments that undermined the temple's authority, and Carew was shocked, asking when he ever said something like that. The teacher told Valier to explain it better, and he said that. Carew repeatedly claimed his admission into class was unfair, so Valier told Carew that a student shouldn't question the reason the temple made such a decision. The protagonist admitted that he was too harsh with his words, because Care was criticizing the temple because of him, but Care tried to overpower him physically, since he didn't have a good physique. And Care still agreed, complaining that he got punched. Eppin told both of them to shut up, and asked Valier what he meant by saying Care had undermined the temple's authority. The protagonist smiled inwardly, because the teacher had fallen for his words. He knew exactly what could anger or please his characters, because he had created them. So Valier began to fake tears, saying that Care in front of the other students, claimed he had cheated to get into Class A. Valier said he didn't mind being slandered, but Care's words were against the integrity of the temple, which made the student tremble, and the protagonist took it as a grave insult to the Guardius Empire, so he couldn't hold back his anger. He bowed and asked the teacher for forgiveness for his recklessness. Valier knew Epin had a certain trait that he could exploit freely. That trait was patriotism, and Epin stared deeply and frighteningly at Care, wanting to know if it was true. The student stammered, trying to explain himself, but the teacher didn't back down, and insisted on knowing if he had heard the truth. Just now he wanted to know, irritated if it was true, that a mere student had blasphemed that the temple was corrupt, and slowly Care agreed. Eppenhauser was a patriot, and took great pride in the Guardia's empire and the temple. He was very sensitive to topics involving slander against the empire, or the temple, however. At the same time, he was a fair teacher to all his students. He would realize that Care said all that, think it through, and judge the situation accordingly. Then the teacher said that Care should stay, while Valier could leave and return to the classroom. When he got back to class, everyone was still staring at the protagonist, it seemed. The rumor that he had no talents had spread to both Class A and B, and besides that the protagonist had completed a challenge that required starting a fight, earning 200 achievement points. Still, Valier had no idea what that was. All of a sudden, good thing he didn't have to beat up the prince. He still had other challenges, like ranking first in the physical integration test and earning 4,000 points. Maybe it would be possible if he broke Ellen's and Ludwig's ankles. But there was another challenge: to rank in the top 10 of the midterm exam and gain 3,000 points. It was something that was impossible even in his previous life. But there was also another reward, because he received a love confession. Valier was frustrated because it was the kind of thing the system seemed to think would never happen. Still, there were other challenges, like writing a love letter to a classmate and getting rejected, skipping classes for an entire day, getting punished by his teacher, and spray painting the temple's main street after curfew. Every challenge in that system was stupid. It was all designed to try and get him expelled from there. Suddenly, Epin returned to the classroom, telling everyone to be quiet, and he was accompanied by Care, who remained silent from his expression. The protagonist didn't think he'd have to worry about Care coming after him again. Once everyone was in their seats, the teacher told Bertus to collect the pre-registration forms. While he did that, Epin said that those who still had questions should remain there. Otherwise, they could head to the dormitory. After turning in their forms, they shouldn't forget to ask permission from their teacher or househead to go outside. As they left, the students walked out, grumbling after being worn out from the training. Half of them had already made their decisions. But Valier was still in the room when he heard some cursing from outside the classroom. The protagonist recognized Eric's voice. If it was him, there was only one reason he'd be acting like that. Eric was yelling at a girl who had stumbled right in front of him. The girl with red hair and red eyes who would stand out anywhere. Scarlet, the symbol of strangeness. Eric shouted that he didn't want to see her in front of him anymore, and the protagonist remembered, writing that she would suffer bullying just because she had red hair. Let him kneel down to check if she was okay. According to Alaris, while she was once a symbol of courage and bravery, that had been changed into something else. It had become a symbol of strangeness. Since Archiman had red hair and red eyes, because of that, she was abandoned by her parents and lived on the streets. Unlike Valier, she endured the bullying, because she got nowhere else to go besides the temple. But being abandoned and bullied, just for the color of her hair, was horrifying. Soon enough, she would become friends with Ludwig and wouldn't be bullied anymore. But Valier wondered if he should interfere. It seemed like it was time to pick his first talent, and he wondered which one to choose. Maybe he had left something out before because it was too powerful. In his room, Valier was shocked when he saw it again. There was auto-suggestion, a talent he had set aside, but it was still on the list. And there was only one reason he had left it out. It was so good it could be considered cheating. He could become capable of doing anything by hypnotizing himself. It was something that existed but had never been used, so it looked like they had recycled the idea. It was good that it cost only a few achievement points, because it probably wasn't an evolvable ability. However, when you look closer, he noticed a symbol next to the skill and was surprised. It was locked and at level 0. But now Valia understood why it was so cheap. It looked totally rigged, and he complained that the system was such a scam. Most people had supernatural abilities, as their talents and their powers had already awakened. But sometimes, although very rarely, some people had dormant abilities still hidden within their bodies. In other words, Valia had bought a dormant supernatural ability in the system, and to awaken it, he had to go through an extreme situation. In other words, he would need to experience a major crisis to force it to awaken. Valia wondered why that hadn't happened already, after going through trauma. Now, he couldn't even buy another ability since his points were at 0. So the only thing left to do is go with the second option. That was to earn many achievement points to get more talents, and not to put himself in an extreme situation, just to awaken something quickly. It was important to gain more achievement points, so that at least he could get a talent he could use now. But earning 200 points for being rejected, after writing a love letter to a classmate, felt like too much that involved his pride. It seemed like the system wanted him to confess to someone from elementary school, just to go through such a humiliating trauma. However, Valia stopped to think better, and realized that receiving a love confession might actually be good. On the temple's main street. Inside the large educational complex that was the temple, there was more than just the school. Because of the large population along with the students, the existence of a shopping center, there was only natural restaurants, cafes, clothing stores, arcades, an expanding area that had everything one could imagine. That was why it was a place temple students often frequented, including Kair and the other students. Kair's friends offered him things to eat and tried to help him relax. Kono and Kair were commoners. While Eric was a noble, Eric agreed with Kono. Kair couldn't keep thinking about Valia all the time. Instead, Kono tried to make his friend eat. He couldn't stay in a bad mood forever and even teased him to eat. And Kair sighed as he started eating again. Those three were supposed to become friends from the beginning, but they ended up getting close much faster than in the original novel. The reason was the talentless but hot-headed Reinhard, who started the semester as an annoying person. Kair's friends asked why he got punished, and what had happened inside the teacher's office. Kair replied that he didn't know. Valia was yelling some things, but he didn't catch everything. Overall, it seemed like he ended up insulting the temple school. Eric didn't understand after all. It was the protagonist who mocked the royal class, because he entered it without having any talent. Those three ended up joining forces against Reinhard, and Kair said to just wait. One day, he would definitely kill him. Meanwhile, other students gathered to eat. Girls browsing clothes and looking at things to buy at that. Kona commented that the girls were pretty, and Eric even choked on his drink, telling him he shouldn't be saying that in front of them. There were people outside of there who wouldn't even be allowed to look, since they were from lower classes. And Kona blinked because still now they were classmates. Kair commented that not everyone there was as nice as Prince Bertus. Connor asked who they thought was the prettiest girl, and one of them said he thought it was Princess Charlotte, but if anyone wanted to go after her, that would be a problem because she was too much. Another said he thought it was Ellen. One of the friends said she was a bit creepy, and the one who said it was Ellen complained, because they were only talking about looks. Finally, Kair said he thought Grant was his type, and suddenly someone interrupted to talk to them. Eric grew nervous because someone might catch them red-handed, talking about the girls from the royal class. The one who appeared was a girl with silver hair, who asked if they could talk for a bit, and Kono fell in love instantly. She asked if the two of them could talk outside, and he agreed right away, leaving the other two silent, just watching the scene. Then the girl handed a letter to Kono, saying she didn't know his name, but had fallen for him the moment she saw him, and wanted to know more about him. The girl asked if Kono was dating anyone, and he quickly said no, which made her ask what he thought of her. And Kona immediately said that he fell in love with her. The moment he saw her, the girl smiled and said she would see him again, then ran off, leaving him behind. Kona waved, saying he would wait for her forever and that he loved her, while Eric and Kair watched in shock. The two of them started to worry, wondering if they needed to train more. Because at the very least, I should be doing better than Kona at that. It was shocking that that girl liked Kona and not either of them, considering they were way more handsome. Later, the girl, who was actually Valier in disguise, wondered how things had gotten to that point, ended up selling his soul and dignity for a few points, completing the challenge of receiving a love confession from a classmate and earning 1,000 points, but at least he completed it quickly. There was no rule saying he had to receive the love confession while being ran hard, so he took advantage of that. But suddenly the system changed all the details of the challenges, just so Valier would complain that they were being petty. The list updated, saying that all challenges had to be completed while being ran hard, and everything now involved only that identity. He also received a challenge, saying he had to go on a date with Connor Lint as a beautiful girl, and the system even added laughter at the end. Valier felt they were trying to make him die of embarrassment and sell his pride this time, but he wondered if it was really okay to deceive the heart of an innocent boy. Kona was stupid like that, but deep down he wasn't a bad guy. But now wasn't the time to be thinking about that. He could buy a talent if he earned another 1,000 points. The current challenges could come with serious punishment, maybe skipping class for an entire day. So a challenge that was just embarrassing, but wouldn't get him punished, seemed the most reasonable. He'd already sold his soul once, so doing it twice wouldn't be anything new. And writing a love letter to a classmate just to be rejected shouldn't be so bad. The protagonist felt like an idiot, still wondering whether he should deliver that letter or give up on the idea to begin with. He had sold his soul for points, and now he was having to crush his dignity for more points. But he needed to gather his 1,000 points quickly so he could buy his next talent. He had chosen the person carefully so he could endure a bit of humiliation. There wouldn't be any rumors if he got rejected, because he was sure that person couldn't care less afterward. The person he chose was Ellen Artorias, who was training with a wooden sword when Valier arrived. He approached to talk to her, wondering if she would get so angry that she'd hit him when he confessed. But it was all for his achievement points. It was for future investment, and Valier handed her the letter, saying he had written some things he was feeling. The girl took the letter, read it, and rejected him. He accepted it without thinking too much, completing the challenge quickly and earning 200 points. He had always known it would go like that. And now, he wondered if he should just give up and walk away from everything. This time the next day, they had fencing class, with a teacher who was yelling at them to be more firm. Fighting with a sword in hand meant the enemy was close, so they had to put more strength into their wrists. But Valier felt like he was going to snap. At that rate, Ellen was clearly the same as the day before, and couldn't care less about the rejection. Even during the previous theoretical fencing class, he kept trying to convince himself that he was doing it for the achievement points. But his mind was going crazy, all because after the confession, he kept thinking about Ellen, even though he didn't actually like her. Everything got worse, because the fencing and practical classes were combined. An instructor came after Valier, because she noticed he was distracted. She yelled at him, telling the protagonist to stretch his arms more. He should stay in that position because he could barely stand upright. On the other hand, Ellen was perfect, as expected from a student of the royal class, even after striking dozens of times. Her consistency remained near flawless. While Ellen was being praised by one instructor, Valier was being scolded by another, telling him to stretch his arms. The teacher remembered that there was another student from the royal class in this lesson, Reinhardt, which surprised the instructor. Valier was shocked that the woman had taken roll call and still hadn't noticed he was from Class A. The teacher laughed out loud and asked what they thought of the idea of the royal class students having a duel that day. Ellen agreed without hesitation, but Valier wasn't too thrilled by the idea, and the others sat down to watch. They whispered about how it was a fight between elites. They should feel honored to witness something they'd remember forever. But Valier knew he would lose in a second. Yet everyone was expecting something incredible from this duel. The instructor said she was there to protect them, so they could go all out, and so they decided to begin. The protagonist was frustrated because expectations were too high for him. But Ellen didn't hold back at all as she charged at Valier, landing a clean hit. Failure wondered if she was mad about the confession, and if so, she could have just said something. But the hit was strong enough to knock the protagonist out, and he later woke up in shock, because he had lost consciousness during the duel. When he woke up, Failure jumped in surprise to see Ellen there. She said he didn't wake up until the end of class, and that she brought him to the infirmary. Now it was lunchtime, and Failure decided to go out to get something to eat. But since he couldn't manage on his own, Ellen helped him up. He said she didn't have to do that. And Ellen mentioned that if she had blocked with her sword, she could have slid along his body and struck his neck. She hadn't realized he was that inept at fencing, and Failure wondered if she was saying that because she felt guilty. Then he stepped away since he could walk on his own now, and suggested they could have lunch together since it was lunchtime. Ellen agreed, and Failure thought it wasn't his fault. No matter what happened, it wasn't his fault. So he figured he could get revenge for that blow. Now that Ellen had fallen for his words, with students from all over the continent coming to the temple, it was expected that many traditional restaurants would open. There was also a region called the Orient, similar to East Asia on Earth. And one of their traditional foods was Chang Kachong. Failure was practically drooling. He was glad he remembered that place. After dressing as a woman to earn achievement points, he offered some to Ellen, but she made a face, sensing it smelled like something she shouldn't be eating. The protagonist smiled, asking if she really thought he would give her something bad, and deep down, he thought it was payback for the sword strike. When Failure offered her a spoonful, the girl even hit her head on the table, and he laughed, asking if it was really that good. 17-year-old schoolgirl who was cold, indifferent, and beautiful was the most cliché thing of all time. But even after almost breaking the table with her hand, Ellen drank something to swallow the food, and asked why it smelled so bad. Valeria replied that she could at least try to control her strength. Since he got his revenge, he figured he could give a try too. The fruit from his hometown, after so long, really needed to be paired with soju. Taste amazing. But Ellen was still trying to eat it, with that pain expression because she was hungry, made Failure choke laughing because it was so funny. The protagonist even offered her more food, but she refused. What truly surprised him was that she ended up eating all of it. The next day, they had a theoretical magic class, and the teacher was explaining formulas and telling them to replicate them. It wasn't that difficult, so they shouldn't feel disappointed. Things would get even worse during the next term. In truth, Failure felt like he wasn't understanding anything, and then decided to leave, which left the instructor in shock at such boldness. There was also the magic sensitivity training class, where the teacher guided them to relax their bodies, saying that their body and soul were one with the universe. But by that point, Failure had already been asleep for quite a while. Eventually the class ended, and the teacher wished them a magical day. It seemed like everyone had fallen asleep. And now Failure understood why everyone praised that class. Next came the Supernatural Abilities Control class, and among the students were Lionel de Grants and Heinrich von Schwarz. During roll call, Kona was called, but Failure felt so physically and mentally exhausted after all the previous classes that he was nearly passing out again. Reinhard answered the call, but someone he didn't expect to see was Charlotte, who was also taking that class. The teacher was surprised by Lena, because she had the best control out of everyone in the class when it came to using magic. While this was happening, Failure thought that Charlotte had awakened her supernatural abilities, and only a few teachers knew what they were. As proof of that, she went to train with a private instructor. As soon as class began, Failure wondered why. It seemed to be a skill that the others couldn't witness. The teachers were still guiding the students to continue training. There was a chance. The princess had claimed to have a supernatural ability she didn't actually have, just to be able to enter the temple. As the instructors tested the students' abilities, the protagonist wondered if Bertus knew about her ability. It had to be one or the other. He either knew or didn't know that his sister actually had a supernatural power. After all, Bertus wouldn't just sit by knowing the princess had no ability at all, and the students continued with their training. Until one of the instructors asked Failure what they should do, and he replied that they should push him to his mental limit. She was shocked, but the protagonist said they couldn't know whether his supernatural ability might awaken in a dangerous situation. The woman said that was completely ridiculous if it were true. The world would be full of people with supernatural powers. Even so, she sighed, but allowed him to go through with it. During that class, warning in advance that it would most likely fail. But Valier said he had no choice anyway. And time passed until the end of the class, when Hemmerk approached to talk. He asked if Valier thought the temple was some kind of joke, to be doing those things during class. Still, it was absurd for someone like him to even be in that class. He didn't even have any supernatural abilities, and was still attending those lessons. Valier replied that of course he was. He needed to make an effort to try and awaken his ability. Heinrich asked if he thought he could do anything, just because of that infinite aptitude of his, and the protagonist said it was because he wanted to find out what he could really do. But he shouldn't come to supernatural ability classes anymore, or else Heinrich would roast him alive. The protagonist laughed at that threat. It seemed like Heinrich didn't even know how to cook a potato, and yet was making those threats. Valier asked what ability he had to act like that toward him. He should know that just about anyone was better than him. Heinrich lunged at the protagonist after picking a fight, a person like him insulting a member of the royal family. However, Valier laughed because he couldn't use his status inside the temple. Might have forgotten the rules. He could report him to the student council if he didn't apologize for acting like that. Around him, the other students were shocked by Valier's boldness. He began counting to 3 to make Heinrich apologize, but Heinrich became furious, enough to start preparing an attack against the protagonist. Even so, Valier simply slapped him on the forehead, which surprised Heinrich because he dared to hit him. The protagonist replied that it was self-defense. Obviously, Heinrich had intended to attack with fire magic before, but before Heinrich could do anything, Valier slapped him again, asking if he really thought he was going to let him act like that. He was going to keep slapping that face. After being threatened with supernatural powers, he'd even keep a secret that Haymark tried to attack him. Haymark was still furious because Valier kept mocking him, and even tripped and fell to the ground when the protagonist made him stumble. Valier pressed his foot down on Heimer's head, asking, who said he thought he could just go around avoiding consequences. In the first place, he only wanted to enjoy his classes in peace, but they kept trying to provoke someone who was minding his own business. To be honest, Heinrich should be thankful he didn't have supernatural powers. Otherwise, Valier could have retaliated in kind. Currently, Heinrich's ability had a 5-meter range and took several seconds to activate, and his flame was weaker than a campfire. The boy was shocked that Valier knew all of that, and the protagonist kept provoking him to try using his magic on him. He almost slapped him again, right then and there, to teach him not to make a fool out of him. He would have taken the chance to poke his eyes out with his fingers. Heinrich was frightened while Valier asked if he remembered what the classroom teacher had said earlier. He should be careful with his classmates. It was almost dinner time, and once again Valier was eating alone. The other students decided not to make eye contact with the protagonist because he was dangerous if he didn't like them. The atmosphere was terrible because of him, but it was impressive how the protagonist had entered his own novel as a bad person. He wondered if he'd end up receiving karmic punishment from Ludwig or someone else, but suddenly someone approached him. It was Bertus who showed up, asking if they could talk, and the two of them headed to a more private spot where he offered Valier some tea. The protagonist didn't feel like he was being called with bad intentions, and it didn't seem like Bertus intended to treat him badly, like the others. In fact, there was no way of knowing what Bertus was thinking. Couldn't afford to let his guard down. He wondered if the prince intended to physically suppress him, since he was a future sword master or something like that. But Bertus's smile fooled everyone. It didn't seem malicious at all. Bertus smiled and said he brought him there because everyone wanted him to do something about Valier. And since Bertus was the class representative, he decided to step in. Valier asked what he had done to deserve this. The prince said they were all afraid of him. Bertus could understand Valier's side. There was no doubt that Care also bore some blame for what he said. From what he had heard, the protagonist didn't punch him because he was insulted personally, but because he had insulted the temple. As a temple student, Bertus had to see everyone there as equals, but it was also true that he couldn't do anything but side with the temple. He was a patriot too. Valier wondered where this was going. The prince was acting a bit strange, and then he smiled and said he actually liked Valier. that only made Valier feel things were getting even weirder. This was certainly scarier than a death threat. He wondered if the Patriot talk had really had that much of an impact on Burtis, until he commented that Valier had gone a bit too far. Of course, he hadn't done anything to any royal family members, or anything like that. There was no way he could mess with a member of the Schwartz royal family without help. That's why some people were thinking right now that maybe Valier didn't even want attention. Or maybe he couldn't use his family name and was hiding his past. For whatever reason, all of this could still belong to him. He asked how many people had enough power not to. Fear the Schwartz family and Valier's side of the question. And the prince continued saying that everyone thought Valier was secretly a member of the royal family. Even Heinrich believed that might be true. And the protagonist thought those kids sure had wild imaginations. Then Burtis questioned the protagonist, wanting to know who was supporting him behind the scenes. Valier crossed his arms and replied that it wasn't anything like that. He didn't want to be the kind of guy who beat people up just because someone was backing him. Burtis was totally caught off guard, asking if he really didn't have any other reasons, and if he had truly just gotten angry. Valier agreed, feeling that Burtis apparently didn't think he was a royal family member or anything nonsensical like that. But he probably was curious if he was hiding something still. If they found out he was a demon, he'd be dead on the spot, so all Valier could do was play dumb. But Burtis burst out laughing loudly at the answer he got. Answering so honestly had been a wise choice. If he'd said someone was helping him, Burtis would have stopped everything immediately. Valier commented that he could have just lied about it, and the prince agreed that was possible too. But there was no way. Someone who held a cup that horribly could be from the royal family. The protagonist realized that Burtis had figured him out, just by observing how he behaved. He was thinking about it now, but the guy was really sharp. Bertha said Valier should have acted even more full of himself, and asked if he had at least thought about disappearing without a trace. After leaving the temple, since he punched a royal, Valier agreed that he had thought about it. But in his opinion, lying to the Prince of the Empire would have been even worse. From the looks of it, Heinrich couldn't even touch him even outside the temple. Killing a royal-class student in the capital was unacceptable, and the culprit couldn't be more obvious. If Valier died right after leaving the school like that, Burtis said he could still use the name of his Schwartz family to cover it all up, something Valier hadn't considered before. After all, Heinrich had been abandoned by the Schwartz family. But he didn't think this empire could be influenced by a foreign nation. He figured Heinrich would end up paying the price for dishonoring the prestige of the temple, and Burtis agreed upon hearing that. It was the first time he had interacted with pompous people. Like Valier, life at the temple would certainly become quite interesting. The protagonist could hardly believe that the first person in the novel to like him was actually the great villain. Then Burtis asked if he loved the empire, and Valier replied that he did. Burtis asked why, and the protagonist answered it was just for money. They let a poor person live in the palace because they thought he might be worth something. There was no greater reason to love the situation. Burtis was surprised to hear that. As Valier explained, he came from the streets. If that was enough to make someone dislike him, then it was a real shame, however. The prince said he liked him even more. His loyalty was much clearer when seen in such a simple light. Burtis compared it to how ants function. They had hierarchy in society involving the queen, ant workers, and so on. Valier agreed it was probably divided between the queen, soldiers, and workers, though it might be a bit more complicated. There could be more or fewer roles in that society. But Burtis couldn't care less, and Valier didn't understand. The protagonist didn't see how that was something to be proud of, but the prince explained they were just ants. Poor or common or noble or foreign nation. Royal blood grand dukes. Counts, marquises, or barons. He didn't care about any of that. He couldn't care less if Valier or Heinrich treated him as an equal. To him it was all the same. The protagonist agreed it was a good point. He was even impressed by what he said. But deep down he knew he was a huge idiot. Burtis laughed, asking if he knew what true power was. People with power have the freedom to be jerks. But Valier was just a jerk without any power. His eloquence was different from other people who lived on the streets. Not to mention, he was also way too smart for someone poor. And Valia replied that in this world there were all kinds of people. Still, Bertus intended to figure out what the protagonist was hiding. And finally the protagonist admitted he truly had no ability at all. So there was no way Bertus would gain anything by becoming his friend or support or someone talented, but empty-headed meant nothing to Bertus. And talent wasn't everything a person should desire. To him, it was much better to use clever people like Valia. And Bertus said that given his brain, he thought recklessness might be a problem. Now I can understand a bit of what Valia's life had been like, up until now. But Valia had to admit that he wasn't even truly poor anyway. But Bertus wanted to discuss hadn't changed, and he asked Valia to control his temper a bit. The protagonist sighed, saying that doing that would only be possible if he could actually get along with others. Then Bertus said they could talk more when he was more confident in Valia's loyalty, and he wished him good night as they parted. And so Bertus had asked Valia to control his temper from now on. He had really said that, but the protagonist ended up getting into another life or death fight in the future and felt like he really should have listened to him from the start. Time passed, it was Saturday, and he was still in his first week at the temple. 2 days had passed since his conversation with Bertus. It seemed the prince hadn't denied the rumors, even if they weren't friends. He felt they had reached a point where they could talk casually with each other. He was certain the rumors about Bertus being kind and even friendly to jerks were spreading. Even more. Valia felt that Bertus really was a sly one for taking advantage of that. Because of those rumors, only Ludwig from Class B wasn't avoiding him. The others still avoided Valia as much as possible, but Ludwig always greeted him when passing by. That weekend he had nothing to do in the dorms, and no way to trigger his auto-suggestion skill. And Valia wondered if he could go find them to talk about his first week at school. The protagonist went out and spoke with Lawyer, who asked how his week at school had been, and he replied that it went well. She said she had heard the prince, an imperial princess, had entered the temple. Valia was impressed that she knew so much about palace affairs. Lawyer asked if he thought it was dangerous in there, but the protagonist felt like nothing had happened so far, though it seemed like Bertus liked him. Lawyer believed it was kind of dangerous, and Valia mentioned that if things went wrong, he'd find a way to escape using his ring. And if possible, there was something he needed Sarkagar and her to do. And Lawyer asked what it was that he wanted. He said the princess seemed to have a supernatural ability, but they were keeping this secret for some reason. But Valia remembered there was no need to rush. He felt strange, realizing there were still things he didn't know. Lawyer agreed she would talk to Sarkavar about it, but she also had something to report to the protagonist. For now, she asked Valia not to visit Alaris or Sarkavar alone, which confused the protagonist. He asked if it was because it would be weird to meet with people he had no connection to under his fake identity, and Lawyer replied it was because he had been followed to the place they were at now, shocking Valia that this had happened. When Lawyer saw some students running away, she commented that they were probably his classmates who have followed him. They didn't need to do anything special now, but the protagonist should be more careful with things from now on. Valia felt he had been careless. He couldn't believe he had let himself be followed. He could even guess why they had done it. They were probably wondering about his real identity. Valia needed to avoid visiting the rotational gang from now on. There was a chance Bertus had sent someone after him, and it didn't take long before Valia was being confronted on his way back to school. It was Kair and his group who had shown up to bother the protagonist for what felt like the 50th time. Kair asked if he'd been hanging out with some beggars under a bridge, and Eric commented on how he wasn't even a commoner. But something even lower. Valia agreed that he came from the streets, not caring at all about the provocations. It looked like they were trying to mock him for it. They couldn't understand how the protagonist could be so confident, and Valia laughed, because it was impressive how they never stopped talking nonsense. If he were them, he wouldn't even mess with someone like him, knowing he came from the streets. And Kair asked what that was supposed to mean. The protagonist simply walked forward, saying that standing in front of them was someone who had tasted the bitterness of street life. Kair replied that he was just a bastard who lived with beggars, and told him to get away when he got close. Valia asked what he would do if he touched him, but Kair only stammered, telling him to stay back, clearly frightened. And the protagonist asked if he shouldn't be afraid of getting hurt after turning his back on someone. While saying things like that, If that was the case, he shouldn't mess with someone who had nothing to lose. And Valier redirected his threat to Eric, still warning them what happened to those who messed with him. Eric, even while nervous, told him to go ahead and do it then. And Valier grabbed him by the collar, pointing out that he could gouge out one of his eyes. With just one move, Eric fell backward to the ground. And Valier asked if they really thought he wouldn't retaliate, just because they were more talented or came from good families. He laughed, saying they could follow him again and do whatever they wanted. But he warned them that if they did it, end up wearing an eye patch as a result, leaving them behind after the threat. Valier said that if they had that much energy on the weekend, they should go play something. Kids should play like kids. And he smiled, telling them to enjoy the rest of the weekend. While he still had both eyes, the protagonist simply returned to his room, leaving them behind sighing, and wondering if it had been Eric and Care, who had followed him earlier. Because of that, the rumors that he was a beggar and a psychopath would spread even faster like wildfire. Burtis had asked Valier to hold back, but it would honestly be better if those guys just avoided him entirely. It was more important to find a way to unlock autosuggestion. He didn't even know how to do that. Suddenly, someone knocked on his door, and the protagonist got irritated, wondering if they were mad and wanted to fight again. He swung the door open, asking who wanted to be the first to lose an eye, until he realized it was Ellen standing there. She ignored his words and said they wanted him to go to the gym, and Valier asked who was calling for him. Ellen said she didn't know, but figured it was probably an upperclassman, and soon they headed to the gym, where several others were already gathered at the scene. A girl noticed that Valier was the last one standing, asking why he was still on his feet, and ordered him to get down. Ellen went to the ground as the girl commanded, but Valier kept standing still, and the girl laughed, because it seemed like that classmate of theirs was a bit deaf. Harry asked what Valier was doing still not on the ground, and the girl shouted for him to do exactly what his senior was telling him to do. But the protagonist stared at her and questioned what was so special about her, being a senior and bossing him around like that. He remarked that if he gave her a good slap, she might go flying all the way to the demon continent. If it came to that, the girl started trembling with anger, asking if he even knew who she was. And Valier asked her the same thing in return. He had no idea of who she was, and if she didn't want to get flicked in the face, she better leave now. The girl shrank back from the threats, but Valier just told her to go to bed and stop bothering them already. Then she shouted that he better prepare himself, because she'd get back at him, running away while crying. Valier then asked the others still on the ground why they were still lying there. He wanted to understand what just happened out of nowhere, and Care explained, which made Valier realize it was supposed to be a kind of hazing they did to all of Class A, to prevent the freshmen from abusing their authority at the temple. Someone from an upper year of Class A would show up to put them in their place. He wondered if it was a way to warn them not to lose to Class B. Class A's determination to never be outdone by Class B created that pressure from the seniors. That must be why they did it every year. While the seniors and freshmen from Class B were probably having a meal together right about now, they probably didn't even care about this whole class rivalry. And as the other students were leaving, Harriet told Valier to wait. She wanted to know if he planned to take the blame, in case what he did ended up causing problems for them. Valier asked what exactly he was supposed to be responsible for. He didn't even do anything wrong. And Harriet replied that the seniors wouldn't be happy this happened. The protagonist still didn't understand how that changed anything. After all, they could just report it to the teachers if threats started being made. But the students were all nervous, when they should be acting like they were the top of the school. Most of the time, Valier didn't get how a beggar like him could have more pride than them. And Harry shouted at him. She said it was all his fault. They did everything that was asked of them, so it wasn't on her, and if this ruined her life, she swore she'd ruin his, and Valerie stared at her coldly, asking if she just blurted out whatever came to mind, wanting to know what made her think she was right. Did she think it mattered whether she was from a rich or poor family, or whether someone was a man or a woman? At the temple, everyone was judged by their talent. She was wrong if she wanted to act like a big shot. He'd make sure to leave a good mark on her face for thinking she could behave that way. Harry grew nervous, and Valier laughed because all he did was threaten her, and that idiot already came at him full of fear. Make a scene? All this from someone who was threatening just moments ago, leaving Harriet embarrassed because she got called an idiot. She started screaming at him for calling her that. But suddenly, the doors opened and several people appeared at the entrance. It was the girl from before, now accompanied by a bunch of others. One guy cracking his knuckles and asking who had hurt her. The girl pointed at Valier, and he wondered if she thought she was some kind of little sister, bringing her big brother to solve her problems. The guy asked for the protagonist's name, and he introduced himself as Reinhard, saying he didn't know what kind of noble he was. But it seemed like he didn't understand how things worked around there. Valier said he wasn't noble, mocking the man well. Those around them started laughing. The guy kept pressing, asking if he was royalty, and Valier again denied it because he was nothing like that. The protagonist bluntly said he was a beggar and came from the streets, not a noble or royalty, and he was pretty proud to say that. The student asked if he thought he was really that great, to go showing off in front of everyone like that. Valier laughed again, asking if it really mattered that much what someone was, to be able to do something. Even beggars could have pride. The man then threw a punch at Valier, who managed to block it, but still felt the man was quite strong. The protagonist coughed as the man said that if that was the case, he would beat him so badly he'd never forget the lesson from that day. He continued punching Valier over and over, saying that if he was truly from the royal class, he had to follow its traditions. Back in his day, he would have been dead by now. But he was being merciful by only beating Valier because of it. The protagonist spat blood, but tried to fight back, and the man dodged, grabbing Valier by the hair. When he realized he was striking back, the protagonist began to be beaten in front of everyone else. But Valier took advantage of having fallen to strike a more painful spot. The man screamed in pain, telling him to let go because he had been nice so far. But Valier laughed, saying he better keep his voice down, unless he wanted to become a eunuch. Valier even thought that for a guy still in high school. He was decently sized from what he was grabbing. Then the other seniors ran over, yelling at Valier to stop, but he shouted back at them to stay where they were. He said he could crush his balls right there if they kept approaching, and swore he'd take away what made the guy a man. Valier kept threatening and squeezing, to the point the guy kept screaming and telling the others to leave. Valier laughed as he continued, and Harry just muttered that this guy really was a psychopath. After squeezing so much, the man started begging for his life. But Valier smiled and shook his head, saying he had no intention of letting go. When the man finally collapsed to the ground, Valier released him, deciding it was enough, and said they could beat him as much as they wanted. But next time he caught them, they could say goodbye to their next generation. He really would tie them up for good. Valier beat the guy on the ground and told them all to leave, yelling at the other seniors to do it right now. One of the girls helped the guy walk away while cursing at Valier, but he remained completely satisfied messing with them. Then another girl approached to talk to the protagonist, asking if he didn't think he should act with more honor. Valier replied that he was being beaten and had to resort to an unforgivable curse. Of course, he couldn't just take the hits. The girl said she wanted to end a conversation with him, and since the others had left, he should at least show some respect. Valier wondered how this girl could speak so normally after everything that had happened, and finally sighed, wanted to know what she wanted. She introduced herself as Adriana from A2A, second year in the royal class, and said she knew him as Reinhard. Adriana explained that they couldn't just stop doing what they did because it had been carried on for generations, and the upperclassmen pressured them to continue. Radina, the girl who pressured him first, was soft-hearted, but she must have suffered a lot to keep making the freshmen suffer. Valier asked why they didn't just refuse, and if something was forcing them to act that way. Adriana said that if they didn't, the third years would take their place. As the years passed, it became harder to control the strength of the new students. But Adriana asked if she could act like this in front of them too, because if things escalated, Valier would be the one in trouble, saying the protagonist said he could just tell them to come to him, which caught Adriana off guard. But Valier said he understood. The third years were the ones ordering them, and told her they could come settle things directly with him. Not that day or the next, but they could come see him on Monday night. To be exact, those third years were exactly the kind of people Valier wanted to see. If they could order Bertus de Guards to do push UPS too. If if they thought they were so impressive. Later birdies found out. The protagonist had used his name to get out of trouble. Inside, he couldn't understand how Valier could feel so proud about selling someone else's name. Like that, birdies knew the royal classes had their traditions and wondered why they hadn't shown up earlier. It seemed they were being cautious around him. He asked what Valier planned to do if they actually did show up on Monday, instead of forcing them. Then end up forcing Valier to do what they said. The protagonist agreed. It was very likely it wouldn't come at all, but it would be funny if they actually did. Bertus asked why he thought that way, and the protagonist said it would be hilarious if they tried to beat up the imperial prince. Even so, the one who asked for this would probably be the one to be the most insane. But Bertus understood Valier's game. Still, he was guilty because he had used the name of the imperial prince. After all, he introduced him as the prince and not as his classmate. Valier asked if that's really how it worked, worried that Bertus might be angry and that he might need to use the ring and run to avoid trouble. The prince replied that normally a reasonable punishment for that would be to execute 3 entire generations of his family. But Bertus didn't want to do that. Valier used him once, so it was only fair they used him in return. He knew Valier had been having some lessons with his sister Charlotte, so Bertus told him to keep an eye on her and report anything strange. After hesitating for a moment, the protagonist agreed, commenting that despite everything, he was still getting along with others. One way or another, he ended up saving the skins of the students who were being bullied. That's how the situation turned out. After their talk, Valier went for a walk through the hallway. At night, he didn't think calling the Duke's young lady an idiot counted as getting along with her. But the way Bertie called him over for a chat made it obvious that it was Harry who went running to tell him what happened. And on his way, he ended up running into the girl herself, who turned her face away, leaving Valier a bit shocked by her reaction. Even so, he wondered what her problem was. Laughing because it was pretty cute when she acted. So obviously his reaction made him want to say it. And Valier called her an idiot with a laugh, which triggered an irritated response from Harriet. She exclaimed that you shouldn't call her that. And the protagonist replied that he was just making a random comment, but it seemed like she took it personally. Even so, he said it without thinking, and she still got offended, which made Harriet stammer when trying to respond. This time, they said she was smart, but she actually seemed pretty dumb. In the end, Valier thought she really was an idiot. Harry slammed her teacup on the table and asked if he was trying to provoke her and get punished for using his status. Valier denied it, but she kept yelling at him, not even knowing why she was insisting so much, and shouted that she was not an idiot. Valier sighed because she was so loud. It was just fun. He got all kinds of interesting reactions just by calling her an idiot once. She probably would have done the same if she were in his place, which left Harriet a little shocked to hear. She blushed all over when called her cute, and Valier simply walked away saying that even if she was a genius, kids like her were supposed to be cute. He liked her because she was childish, and that was all. Now she should go to bed, or she wouldn't grow otherwise. Harry just stood frozen in the hallway while he returned to his room, not understanding what he was even talking about. And time passed until Monday arrived. And during assembly, Valier ended up being approached by some students, who tossed a pair of gloves onto his desk. One of them said he had disrespected the reputation of the heir to the Gardy's family, Al-Dagadi. And so the second-year student was challenging him to a duel. He wanted to restore his honor and explain that the protagonist could choose the time and place for it. An observer would be there to witness their battle, and Valier replied that he understood. He tried to beat up his junior and ended up in trouble. Now he was exploding with shame and wanted a fair duel. The jab made the others laugh, but Redina jumped in to defend the other guy, calling Valier a pervert for having cheated. Even so, Valier replied that they hadn't been too gentle when that guy completely ignored the weight class and tried to turn him into a pile of meat. Students said that if Valier intended to reject the duel and accept disgrace, then so be it. He would be admitting he was the kind of man who only knew how to use cheap tricks. Two stared each other down for a long while, until the protagonist decided to accept, surprising Radina and pleasing the other student. He had no intention of falling for the same trick twice, and he wouldn't go easy on him just because Valier was weaker. He would make sure Valier's body remembered what it meant to challenge. the authority of a senior. Until later that day, when the protagonist was stopped in the hallway by Radina. She wanted to talk to him, even though Valier just wanted to see his teacher before the next class started. But Radina got nervous because now was no time to relax. He seemed to be going crazy acting like that. After all, the person he challenged was Art from a 3A second-year student. But Valier didn't seem to care and looked like he had a death wish. The protagonist replies that Art wouldn't kill him. But Radina insists because he himself said he had no skills or talents. Yet he was still acting that way. So it was better to just go and apologize to him. Art said he'd forgive him if he went to say sorry for what happened. Valier turns around to leave, saying that life was just like that. People reap what they sow. He ignores her and goes down the stairs. Valier didn't accept the obviously unfair duel because he went mad. He accepted it because he needed a psychologically distressing situation. Also that he could unlock self-suggestion. The only talent he had now, he was nervous, but he couldn't leave that skill locked. And just sitting in his profile, that's when the system displayed a new event, involving a duel with Art Degardes. He had challenged him to destroy his honor. There was a small chance of victory. The objective was to proceed with the duel, receiving 600 points if he won and only 200 if he lost. Valier realized the system was acting like his defeat was a given. This event would reward him either way, even though there was a small chance of winning. Avoiding the duel wasn't an option in itself, but at least he would be rewarded. Still, he wondered why he was being rewarded for this, even though he had planned it. It was kind of sad the duel would take place in 2 weeks, and had been scheduled to happen in the training room of the first-year dormitory. They had been informed beforehand that Epin would be observing the duel, and the teacher said that as long as both sides agreed, there was no problem. They only needed to write down the date and location. To make it official, Valier got nervous as he approached Epin, but he still went to report everything to the teacher. Naturally, rumors had already spread among classes A and B. Lenig asked what had happened to the protagonist and how he ended up in a duel. He was worried about whether Valier would be okay. Class E seemed to be full of scary people, and in a duel, there was nothing he could do but watch. The protagonist just replied that some things had happened, but didn't want to explain. He only found out about the rumors spreading during class. Let me ask if it wouldn't be better to just apologize already. After all, he could end up seriously hurt. Valier replied that if it were that easy, he would have done it, but decided to stop talking, so he wouldn't run out of breath during their run, not noticing Charlotte's intense gaze. When PE class ended, the protagonist was exhausted. His head was spinning. Ludwig had only made it harder by talking to him during class and stealing his breath away. As he walked, he was suddenly stopped by Charlotte, who came up and handed him a piece of paper before walking away. Valier was completely confused. Bertus had asked him to keep an eye on the princess. It looked like she had something to discuss with him too, and he wondered what this was about. When the protagonist opened the letter, he saw it was a notice saying she'd be coming to his room, and he should wait there until after class. Valier didn't understand any of it, but still did what he was told, even though he had no idea what Charlotte meant by that. It would be the first time they had a real conversation since they met in the demon castle. Even so, her expression didn't seem normal. That's when Charlotte appeared in his room, just like she had promised. Valerie asked how she could just hand him a letter like that and leave, but she told him to shut up because she knew who he really was. The protagonist gave a nervous smile and asked what she was talking about, but Charlotte sighed, saying that normally she wouldn't want to ally herself with people like him. She heard he was a beggar. She observed him a bit, found out where he was from, what kind of people he was connected to, which organization he belonged to, and who supported them. Valier realized she was talking about the Rotary Gang. Charlotte didn't discover that he was a demon or something else. The Rotary Gang received support from the Thieves Guild. Finding out so much with such a small piece of evidence was worthy of a princess. It seemed like nothing escaped her eyes, and she said he shouldn't even think of making up excuses for that gang of vermin. If he did, she could send her guards to the city and start a cleanup operation. Valier sighed and asked what she wanted with all this. She replied that she only wanted one thing, and showed a picture of the protagonist's former identity, saying she wanted him to find that person. If he was alive, he should be found. If he was dead, She wanted to know where his body was and how he died. Vallier was surprised. But Charlotte was still staring at him with that terrifying look, telling him to report the progress of his investigation regularly. That would be his top priority. And you shouldn't even think about handing him over to Burtis. Otherwise, you should get rid of him and his entire organization. Later, in his own room, Vallier sighed. He couldn't believe she had asked him to find the guy. It was a bit weird. Charlotte seemed to think his disguise was that of a beggar, and as a former beggar turned temple student, she must have thought he was the best choice to track him down. She appeared to be acting rationally. She really wasn't while speaking. Her eyes were shining with emotion. She had carefully investigated his past, but it seemed impossible for her to make a truly rational judgment. Charlotte must have become suspicious after hearing from Darius, rather than appearing in control. She seemed desperate to find someone important to her. It was almost like she was obsessed with finding Vallier. But if she gave it a little thought, it would be easier to spot suspicious points about him. The guy who suddenly vanished, after saving her from the Demon King's castle. And then an unidentified beggar appearing out of nowhere, after another disappeared. It was kind of obvious Vallier was glad she wasn't suspecting him, but seeing her search so desperately made him feel a bit guilty. If that lie kept going, someday his head would go flying, and it wouldn't only affect him, but also Alaris Lawyer and Surkar. Even so, revealing the truth now would be ridiculous. As he thought, he needed to discuss everything that happened with the others. While he was thinking to himself, Harriet suddenly showed up, calling him a beggar, and laughed because he responded to the nickname. She was obviously getting back at him for calling her an idiot, but Vallier just accepted that he was a beggar, and didn't really mind it. Then Harriet sighed, because he actually was one, commenting that she heard about the duel, and that R was a scary person who would probably beat him up. Vallier replied that that was all it was. It wasn't like he was going to die. Harriet asked if he wasn't afraid, and he seriously answered that he was, which made her question why he agreed to the duel, if he was still scared of the whole thing. And he replied that Art could still end up making a mistake, which made Harriet say he really was crazy, and that she'd just be watching him get beaten up. The girl walked away, and Valerie reflected on it. But ignoring Charlotte, what really mattered now was the duel. In 2 weeks at this rate, he'd be beaten to death before awakening his supernatural power. So he had to get stronger if he wanted to deal with the gate incident in the future. Starting from that day, he began practicing his swordsmanship in the training room. The ones who trained there every day were A5, Cliffman and Ellen. Those two probably hadn't even spoken to each other before. Vallier didn't think those introverts would get in his way. If he were writing a novel, he could just say things like he trained all day, or felt like he was improving. But since he was experiencing it for real, he had to practice and study swordsmanship. Not just swing his sword around randomly. To start, he decided to recall what he had learned during the previous week's swordsmanship class, like he was replaying the memory in his head. Even when he swung his sword, he just ended up falling over because he was terrible at it, and his classmates didn't even pay attention to him. He still had a long way to go in his training, and Vallier kept using his sword all day until nightfall, when everyone else had already left. He dropped his sword and noticed his hands were full of blisters, wondering how Ellen and Cliffman could swing their swords all day. Without issue, there was no point in being jealous of them. He just had to get used to it. He couldn't rely on crazy acting forever. Melody thought about it. The third years hadn't shown up that day, even if they didn't want to touch the prince. They forced the second years to act on it. But just as he was complaining about it, Adriana appeared in the training room, making him sigh while still sitting on the floor. Adriana walked up and said Redina had asked her to help him, and Vallier asked what that girl had said. Redina had cried, begging Adriana, saying that if this continued, he'd get beaten to death, and she wanted her to help him. After hearing that, Vallier realized that Redina was a good kid. He ended up thinking he was too harsh with her, which made him feel bad. Adriana could tell he already had something in mind, just from his expression, and she knew that he couldn't possibly defeat Art. With just 2 weeks of training, he would end up losing terribly to his opponent, and suggest apologizing to put an end to this meaningless fight. Art wasn't as bad a guy as he seemed. Vallier replied that he didn't think he was bad or anything like that. He just needed to be beaten up. That's how it had to be, which left Adriana a bit shocked and confused. Then, She bent down to pick up a wooden sword and showed him a few moves, which left Valier puzzled as to why she was suddenly demonstrating them. But she handed the sword back to him so he could try the same moves. Now Adriana was going to help him with this. Valier asked if she really wanted him to try it, and he picked up the wooden sword. It wasn't something completely impossible to do, but the movement actually made him fall. And Adriana asked if he was trying to make fun of her or something, and Valier kind of wished that were the case. Then she held him by the wrist to help him up, knowing he must be exhausted, but said there was no point in doing that. It would just hurt his wrists with such movements. Valier asked her to stop saying those things. It only hurt his pride, which wasn't much to begin with. However, when she touched his wrists, they started to glow, and he was shocked when Adriana revealed that she was a paladin, and training divine magic could restore muscles, pain, and fatigue, and she asked him how he was feeling. Valier admitted he definitely felt better. The girl asked him to try again. She was sure he could do better than before now. So Valier tried again, continuing to train with a wooden sword. But Adriana noted that even his basic skill was awful. She said she would wait for him in the dormitory hallway the next morning to help with his physical training. The next day, Valier was exhausted. He ended up getting tired because he woke up much earlier than usual. Adriana showed up to greet him. They would start the day with a bit of running and then warm up. Valier asked if it wasn't disadvantageous for her classmates that she was helping him like this, and she laughed, saying it might be at the very least. She needed to help him develop a decent physique and some combat skills to begin with. After all, Arden never listened when she told him he shouldn't act tough with the freshmen just because of his huge pride. Instead, she warned that Valier should be more worried about himself. She couldn't even call them weak because that would be a compliment. Valier complained because the truth hurt. And Adriana smiled, not knowing what he was talking about. She was just telling him to work hard. If the warm-up was done, they begin, and Adriana ran ahead, leaving Valier behind, already out of breath. She told him to run faster than that. She wanted to train on her own too, but couldn't leave him behind either. Valier complained because this was seriously weird, and Adriana replied that it was normal. After all, her ability to heal him on the go was basically cheating. If those wanting to become paladins ran marathons, all of them would win. And Adriana couldn't understand how she could still talk while running. There was that freshman named Ludwig, who ran around the temple at full speed every day, but he had always been that different and crazy. Ludwig's stamina was at car level. And that's how they ended up doing. 3 hours of stamina and strength training, necessary for swordsmanship. Whenever Valier was about to collapse from exhaustion, Adriana would restore his stamina using her divine powers. But Adriana reminded him that if he wanted to endure the training, he needed to increase his nutritional intake, and said he should eat more and better. After she said that, Valier returned. Even though his body was fine, he still felt exhausted from the physical effort. He still had to wait a bit until breakfast, but there should be some ingredients in storage. And he could also use the kitchen. He could just eat something for now. So he decided to go to the restaurant dedicated to the royal class, responsible for all the meals and nutrition. Several famous chefs worked there, and the dishes were made with nothing but top-tier ingredients if someone wanted to eat outside of meal hours. There was also a full kitchen, where the cooks could prepare something on request. But for some reason, Ellen was also there. Valier wondered if this was something he had known all along. After going out for morning workouts every day, it was obvious she always came there to eat. If you remember correctly, she also ate more during breakfast than anyone else. Valier approached to see what leftovers Ellen was eating, but it just looked like steak. And she said she had other things like bread too. Ellen mentioned that it didn't even taste that good, and Valier just walked away, letting her enjoy the meal. He didn't want to steal her food. In the kitchen, he was surprised because she was actually amazing and very tidy. There were enough ingredients, and he was way too tired to cook anything fancy. So he just decided to throw some easy things into a pot and eat. That's how Valier ended up cooking, until he returned to Ellen's table with a few more dishes, suggesting they could eat together. He said the kitchen was full of eggs and meat, and asked if she was only eating leftovers, because she didn't know how to cook. The girl replied she had never tried, and Valier sighed it was shocking. How someone could not learn something they'd never even attempted, seemed to have just given up. Valia muttered like an old man, thinking that kids these days were completely useless, instead of learning what they were supposed to do anyway. He said they should eat since he had cooked it, and it should taste good. Ellen didn't even hesitate to start eating. Valia froze, shocked, wondering why she was eating so fast. Usually people ate more slowly. Even though she agreed, she kept doing the same thing, and he wasn't sure if he should try to stop her somehow. Ellen seemed to have the hunger of 1,000 beggars, but he still let her eat more than half of what he made. Even so, she still looked hungry. And then she mentioned it was true that they still had class together that day. Hearing that, Valia suggested they could eat something together again later, but for now, he'd be heading out. Deep down, he planned to make her eat 2 portions of chongachang, to make her beg for mercy. From the awful smell coming out her mouth, expecting a big change just from one day was too much. But even so, his strength increased by 0.5 points, agility by 0.3, and stamina by 0.6. And even though he had no idea why, his magic power also increased by 0.1. That duel in 2 weeks would just be a trigger, just a stone in his path. But the only thing he could rely on was this body that could improve as much as he wanted. He couldn't stay a piece of trash forever. He needed to gain some strength. The duel was in 2 weeks, and it was still the matter with Bertus and Charlotte, not to mention the whole gate crisis. Valia couldn't afford to rest. He needed to unlock autosuggestion as soon as possible, and later he ended up going out to eat with Ellen, who was still eating that horrid thing. But at least she was in a better situation. Now if she didn't like it, it's not like she was being forced to eat it, but it still impressed Valia how she kept showing up every day to eat with him. He wondered if it was because of him. Maybe it was some hidden setting that she liked free food. But when he thought about it, this girl ate way too much. Valia commented that she had eaten more than half of the food he made that morning, and asked if she didn't think a beggar offering her food made her look even worse than a beggar, or something like that. Then Ellen mentioned that next time it would be her turn. Valia couldn't believe how easily he'd gotten her to eat with him. Again, he figured maybe he was actually kind of likable. And with that, he said goodbye to Ellen after their meal. The portal crisis, a disaster caused by a development that stemmed from his own incompetence. The protagonist hadn't exaggerated everything just to defeat his senior. He did it to survive the portal crisis, an event where countless people die. He was constantly out of breath and felt so miserable that he realized how complacent and weak he had been. Many times Morty felt like that. The harder he tried to get up and swing his sword one more time. He had no right to regret his past actions, or given his such weak feelings. Right now, he was just a hot-headed guy. But he could be sure that everyone saw him as completely insane. When he met Ellen again, he was shocked because she was there and with an absurd amount of food. Valia needed to eat something too. So he decided to check what was available so he could eat as well. But to his surprise, the food hadn't been restocked that time. Still, he wondered what exactly Ellen was eating. He walked over to ask, want to know if it was raw sausages from the pantry. And she replied that sausages could be eaten as they were. Valia disagreed. They needed to be grilled first, which made Ellen sigh because he was just that annoying. But what shocked him more was that she was completely incapable of using an oven. At her age again, she said she had just never tried using one before. Valia thought that if he grilled them all, they'd end up way too salty, and he wondered what he could do now. He didn't even have the strength to cook and said he couldn't do it. So he guided Ellen so she could learn to cook in his place, which impressed him because she was actually good at it. He was so surprised because her knife skills were on the level of a temple chef, and asked if she really didn't know how to cook. Ellen agreed it was her first time, and Valia commented that at this rate, she could become a great cook in the future. Valia continued guiding her to cut and do things properly, and they finally finished cooking. Though the result looked weird, it still smelled good. Valia told her she should memorize this for the future, so she could cook by herself, and maybe even make a little for him too. Ellen sighed that he was annoying and just started eating, and the protagonist was surprised she was eating it, even though it was still hot. Valerie saw her starting to burn her tongue and eat quickly, and told her to spit it out before she choked or got hurt. He ran to get her some water so she could swallow the food. but at least it was better than eating raw stuff. Maybe she could respect him a little for that. Ellen replied that she was the one who made it, and Valier argued that she only moved her hands, and the two of them had a small argument about the kitchen. Valier wondered why she was picking a fight like that, but in the end, Ellen replied that the two of them actually cooked together. That made him a little moved, and he looked away after hearing that. Then Valier left to go back to his room. She reminded him just how insignificant he was. He was getting tired after that exercise routine. We got back. He noticed there was a maid in his room, and it was strange. After all, it was pretty late. He wondered if Bertha or Charlotte had sent her to investigate, and he got nervous as the woman approached him. However, she just walked right past him, greeting Valier as the prince. He got nervous when he realized who she was. In fact, the maid was Sarkar in disguise, and he asked how he got into his room like that. Sarkar replied that it wasn't that difficult. He was going to start visiting him personally from that day on. First of all, Sarkar wanted to report about Princess Charlotte's supernatural powers. He might be able to find something if he took more risks. But he came there because he wanted to report what he found. So far, Charlotte's supernatural ability was treated as controversial, even by the imperial family. In particular, the forces behind the princess doubted her power, saying it was kept secret because it was fake. Valier understood that this probably meant even Charlotte didn't know the origin of her supernatural power. That led them to two people besides the emperor, who might know something about it. The professor from Class B, Mustang, and the teacher in charge of her supernatural powers class. Valier asked what he meant by taking risks, and Sarkober replied that if she had people she could share those secrets with. He thought about disguising himself as one of them, but if only a select group of people could know, it would be harder for her to reveal it again, and Valier reflected on that. The circumstances surrounding her supernatural power were strange. If she really had a power, it must be something she didn't want to reveal. So Charlotte's powers must be tied to something problematic, and the protagonist told him to forget it. It was too risky. The truth would come out eventually. Sarkar agreed that it was a wise decision, and Valier said he also had something to report to them. Actually, it was related to the princess. In fact, the princess was looking for him, and Sarkar was completely confused. He couldn't believe it. It seemed the temple was far too dangerous for Valier, and Sarkar said he should avoid getting involved with that. The protagonist replied that doing that would get the heads of the gang members chopped off. Sarkar laughed because it was indeed ironic. The death the princess had to Valier had turned into a huge problem. In the end, in truth, it wasn't something he should say, but he never imagined he'd end up doing something as dumb as being forced to search for himself. Valier didn't even know what to do now, and the protagonist asked if they could forge some evidence that he died somewhere and report that to her. Sarkar agreed it was the best option they had to satisfy her. However, they didn't know how the princess would react to it. There was still a chance she'd try to get rid of him afterward. But if they didn't do their job properly, the possibility of her disappearing, thinking he was useless, was preferable. Valier agreed that they should act like they were making progress. They wouldn't try anything against them once they saw they were doing something, and they were working on the request. But the truth was that he didn't want to have Charlotte as his enemy. Bertus would keep paying attention to him, as long as he thought he was useful, and Charlotte would leave him alone, as long as he made progress in the search. For Valier, working for the hypocritical siblings was far from honorable. If the princess thought they were working for her, she might protect them instead of getting rid of them. The situation wasn't great, but he could try to think positively. At least he wouldn't be stuck between Bertus and Charlotte like that. Valier said that if you think about it, he was in a position where he could use them however he wanted. Sarkar smiled, admiring the protagonist's infinite wisdom, and Valier mentally wished he wouldn't smile in such a creepy way. Later, Adriana didn't expect him to improve overnight, but Valier was actually doing even worse than that. So she healed him again. I should rest for another minute or two, then continue training a paladin. To be training the next Demon King with all her strength was almost ironic, in fact. Valier wondered why Adriana didn't use her divine power on herself to train more efficiently. He asked her that, To which Adriana replied she wasn't sure if that would be heresy, but improving through divine power wasn't exactly natural. It's like getting high to the point of damaging your body. While divine power restores physical strength, doesn't replenish the nutrients you burn during training. That's why she always told him to eat a lot after training. Valia understood it was like a ticking time bomb. She explained that after reaching a certain level, you need to train without her help too. So you should be aware of the risks. Adriana said they should go back to running now, and that's when Valia stopped and saw that Ludwig was standing up ahead. It seemed like he had also come out to train that morning. Beside him were Lania and Sessa, known for her musical talent, and Delphine Isadora, known for her archery talent. Originally, there would have been several scenes of them, arguing with the guys from Class A over the most trivial things. But since Valia ended up drawing all of class's attention, the real protagonist, Ludwig, became more like background decoration. Even though it was interesting to see how the story had changed. Like Charlotte's surviving and Ludwig's actions, it was still a bit scary. Valia had no idea what kind of butterfly effect this could cause, and so he continued his run with Adriana. Later he was caught off guard when he heard that Ellen planned to cook that day, and he asked what was on the menu. She replied that it would be meat. She had only eaten it once at home. Valia agreed that it sounded good, and asked if she had ever cooked it before. She added salt to the meat, and Valia said he was just asking out of curiosity, but there were probably other things she should add. Setting aside the jokes about how eating meat like that would make her turn into Minecraft, Stevie kept pushing to know if she was going to add any spices. Now the way she was holding the knife with irritation, while glaring at him, made him step back. He didn't think it should be like that. Finally, she finished cooking, and Valia kept teasing her, asking if she even listened to his tips for seasoning the meat. But it was finally ready if he ate slowly. He might be able to get breakfast, after all. Valia asked if it was more edible now with seasoning, and she agreed, which made him pretty happy since that was what he expected. Even so, Valia asked if she could really eat such a huge portion of food, and Ellen nodded, even though there was nothing he could do about it. He said it was a good thing she had gone to the temple. Otherwise, she'd starve at school eating like that. Ellen mentioned that she didn't go to school because she wanted to. The people from the temple told her to come. Valerie was surprised by the way she started talking about herself, like that, and he asked if she was upset by any chance. He laughed, even when Ellen said no. It was actually really fun to irritate someone as serious as her. Valia was laughing and having fun with it. At that moment, the foolish sadist had no idea what was coming next, as the price for irritating Ellen that much. Ellen went after him to teach him how to train with his wooden sword, making him repeat the moves again and again. It was clearly an attempt to get revenge for the things he did. She started teaching him how to use each of her sword techniques, even though Valia should have been happy that someone as strong as her volunteered to help. He still felt annoyed. Ellen not only helped with sword techniques, but also sparred with him a bit. It was way better than fighting someone at the same level. What he learned in those duels was that a swordsman's battle wasn't just about swords. You had to use everything you had. That included your hands and feet. And so he learned the impact of low blows in fights, and the importance of properly gripping a sword. He learned various sword techniques, attack methods, and suppression tactics, all while getting beaten up. And if he had to mention something else, he realized it was that Ellen stood above all of their classmates. Ellen defeated him again and again. Valia truly felt like he was going to die at this rate, from constantly training nonstop. On Friday, 2 days before the duel, Ellen put him through that strange training, where he had to hold his sword while she struck the side of it. Ellen explained that all sword techniques were useless if you drop your sword. The training they were doing was to strengthen his grip, so he had to put all his strength into his hands. His grip was so weak that they would need to keep doing this training until the day of the duel. Valia was struck over and over by Ellen, who ordered him not to let go of his sword, even though he felt like his arms were going to fall off. After training for so long that it felt like months, the sword he was holding broke and the pieces fell to the floor. Even though he wasn't injured when it broke, he was still a bit shaken. Alan said those training swords were very fragile, so they would break easily if they were too hard. They'd basically be clubs and could seriously injure someone. The protagonist felt like he had gone through that a few times already. But Ellen reminded him that he should never drop his sword. But for Valier, that was easier said than done. And he decided to go grab a new training sword to continue. That's when Ellen told him he was going to lose. And Valier replied that he knew that from the start. Of course, he still wanted to win. But he didn't believe there was a way to do that. Until Ellen herself interrupted, saying there actually was. She said she could tell him the only way to win. And the next day, he did his morning run with Adriana. She praised him for doing very well and told him he could focus on resting until the next day so he could improve even more. The next day, it would be a long-awaited duel, and he remembered Ellen's advice to think carefully about what kind of duel this was. After this, she fell completely silent and didn't offer any more tips. That's when the protagonist decided to ask Adriana directly. He said that one of her classmates claimed there was a way to win the duel and asked if she had any idea what that could mean. Adriana paused to think an answer that she didn't actually know, and Valier tried to understand how there could be a way to win that not even she knew, but the protagonist decided to let it go. He was caring very little about it. Now the time for the duel had finally come. As a result of his efforts during the week of training, he had finally gotten stronger. His stats had increased significantly, and it was all thanks to what Ellen did for him. But what caught his attention was something labeled combat capability. Plus, seeing that was a little disheartening even after evolving so much. But even so, he went to the duel location. There were more people there than he expected to watch, and he wondered if they were all first years. Despite that, Letta was shouting and cheering for Valier, so loudly that some students definitely ended up deaf. Aside from Bertus and Leona, all the other members of Class A were there. It seemed even students from Class B had shown up. He was still surprised that so many more people came to watch the duel. Even Charlotte had appeared out of nowhere, which was Scary Harry got his attention laughing, because he was clearly going to die that day. So he better be prepared. Valier told her to shut up and walk toward Art, noticing that all the second years from Class A were there as well. But the protagonist only recognized Art, Adriana, and Redina among those present. And Epon noted that everyone was ready and they could proceed. So he decided to go over the details before they could begin the duel. Art the guards had been involved in a certain incident in which Ranhard vainly injured his honor. For now, he would read only the written report. 2 weeks ago on a Saturday, the first year, Valier grabbed the genitals of second-year Art and squeezed. The report made everyone around them start laughing loudly, and Art got angry at being exposed like that, especially because even Valier was trying not to laugh. Epin continued reading that, after declaring that his honor had been wounded, and that it caused great and distressing mental damage, as well as humiliation. Art had demanded an apology, but Valier refused such a request. And so he proposed a duel, which both of them agreed to proceed with. When the two agreed on the terms, Epon asked them to state their demands in case they won the duel. Art said he wanted Valier to kneel and apologize to all his seniors for the disrespect he showed them. And he also wanted him to swear loyalty and respect to them. In response, the protagonist, Segi, wanted all the seniors to stop with that stupidity. They pulled on freshmen and demanded an apology, just because everyone was shocked by Valier's boldness. And so Epin agreed, beginning to call upon the god of war to be by their side. But Art interrupted his teacher's words, saying that as a participant in the duel, he had the right to name a champion. Epon asked who that would be, and the protagonist wondered what exactly that meant and what it implied. Art said he wanted to bring out the third-year student, who was Class Ace champion Mariton, and the man appeared, taking Art's place and handing him his wooden sword. Martin asked if it was him, who told him to show up whenever the prince was around, smiling arrogantly at Valier. There weren't many people there, because the second years from Class B had also shown up, but it seemed even the third years from Class A came to watch. His provocation must have touched the pride of the third years, so they wanted to see his humiliation up close like that. Valier remembered how Ellen said he should carefully consider what a duel really was, and now he understood that naming a champion or substitute fighter to take one's place was a right duelist had, so that meant Ellen had been suggesting. He asked her to take his place as champion and fight. For Valier, that was the only way to win. With Ellen's skills, It was very unlikely she loses to someone like Myarden. However, Valier sensed Adriana's fury and wondered what was going on. It seemed like she hated Myarden and wanted to fight him too. Epin said that if no one had anything else to say, the duel would begin. If the outcome became clear or someone begged for mercy, the duel would end then. Myarden said he had a suggestion and asked if they could make it so. The duel would only end when one of them surrendered. The teacher asked why, and Myarden said it should be obvious from the outcome, but he simply wanted to teach the freshmen a lesson. Epin asked if the protagonist agreed to that, and Valier said yes, but he would also like to add a condition. Since choosing a substitute was a right in the duel, then having a small advantage in return should be allowed. The truth was Valier wouldn't call anyone, even with Mayurd asking if he seriously intended to fight him directly. That worried Adriana and Radina and even Ellen, who remained silent watching the protagonist in front of everyone. Valier asked Mayart not to use his left arm during the duel, and he agreed without thinking much about it. Restricting the use of one arm was a major advantage. If Valier's past self had to choose something, this never would have crossed his mind. Thanks to his duels with Ellen, the protagonist realized how important it was to always improvise. Realizing that made him aware that his training hadn't been in vain. His chances of overcoming the weight difference were still low, but now both sides were ready, and so the teacher began the duel between the two. Martin laughed, asking if the protagonist was scared. Valier could tell the guy wasn't afraid of him at all. He wondered if he should go for a surprise attack, while his guard was down, but his strikes still meant nothing and were deflected. Valier wondered how he could be so strong with just one arm. He almost dropped his sword during the exchange. Baron responded that he was just a weakling and pressed even harder, attacking the protagonist more than before. He was only aiming at his sword. Maybe because now, Valier understood why Ellen had put him through so much suffering. Before, Ellen had always known that the duel would end like this. Valier ended up being thrown back by the blows he received. When he fell to the ground, Myarden asked why he dropped his sword, laughing at the protagonist's weakness. Valier kept getting beaten by his opponent, who told him to pick up his sword, not understanding why someone like him, who didn't even think before speaking, could still be someone from Class A, even if he didn't have anything good. At least his eyes looked like those of a swordsman. Meriton kept hitting Valier, and the people around began to wonder if it wouldn't have been better for him to retreat. From a start, people shouted for him to give up, cursing the protagonist. Not even understanding how Epin had stopped the duel. Valier was still enduring the battle and each blow he received, spitting blood at every moment. Myarden also asked if he didn't intend to retreat. It seemed like he wanted to make the class last longer than usual, like he actually enjoyed studying. It wasn't just his arms, Valier's whole body was hurting. He couldn't win that duel. But even so, even if he got beaten by that damn person, he just wanted to land a single hit on his opponent. And he charged at Myrtle again with his wooden sword in hand, which made him laugh. Because the protagonist looked insane acting like that, Valier's defeat was inevitable. But his plan to awaken his supernatural power by placing himself in danger had completely slipped his mind. Due to his rage at first, he hadn't intended to do that. But he ended up crossing his limit and activated his revision function. Valier got so furious that he didn't care about anything anymore. At the moment he landed a blow with his sword, it would break into pieces. 20 conquest points were required to trigger that event, and so the protagonist used those points. And thus he struck his opponent with it. As Ellen had said before, the durability of training swords was indeed low. The probability of something like that happening was very high. So if he managed to make it happen without spending too many points, a strike to his lower parts made Myarden back off in fury. But Valier couldn't let him grab his sword again. If Myarden got his sword back, it would be over, so Valier hit him from behind to disrupt his attack. The protagonist began to beat his opponent with kicks. He thought his blows would knock him out. But Myarden seemed like he would recover quickly. Myarden kicked him away, complaining that he took advantage, and told him to do everyone a favor and just surrender. Already Valier laughed at that. He would never do such a thing. After all, he intended to win the duel. He wanted to win and couldn't afford to lose. Marvin asked that he really thought he could win. After that surprise attack, Valier felt that he didn't want to lose. Besides that, he didn't want to kneel or beg for forgiveness from them. Still, there was no way he could beat him, and he didn't even know how to make him surrender. But he still wanted to win. He wanted to make his opponent crawl to him and didn't care how he made that happen in truth. The protagonist couldn't pull that off. The difference in power between the two of them was far too great for it to be possible, however. Even if his defeat was inevitable, he still had hope that he could win. He was sure of it, and at that moment, the things he wished to achieve someday came to his mind. He finally understood how his ability worked. His ability had nothing to do with pushing himself to the limit. The name of his power was self-suggestion. Velya wanted to win no matter what, and he had to plant something in his mind to fully believe in it. Around him, the students thought the protagonist had gone crazy. Velya had to believe completely in himself that he would win, even if the real chances of that happening were close to none. He had to believe that his victory was inevitable. That was his power. He had to act like an innocent child, think like a fool who didn't know what was about to hit him, and so charging at his opponent. Velya activated self-suggestion and used his sword to strike him with force. Myerton was shocked and couldn't understand what that was, but Velya didn't stop hitting him and grabbed him by the hair without hesitation. This time, it was the protagonist who was beating him down, shouting at him to surrender. But Myerton could only ask how this was even possible, only to get beaten even harder than before. Velya just kept hitting him, knowing that knocking him out could also make him win. Velya reminded him that he had said before his victory was inevitable. The result he wanted was directly connected to his hope. The more he reinforced that belief, the stronger his powers became. He planted in his mind that he would win, and became strong enough to do so. And then Velya lifted him up and shouted for everyone to hear. This guy had been at the temple 2 years longer than him, was stronger, and had much better swordsmanship. Even so, the protagonist mocked him, telling him to say that. A third year got his ass kicked by a first year. Since Myerton stayed quiet, Velya decided he would make him wake up. But finally Myerton bowed and said he surrendered, admitting he was wrong at last. The teacher ended the duel and declared the protagonist the winner, and so Velya completed the mission, earning 600 points for his victory, even though the protagonist wanted to hit him even more and make him wake up in a strange place. It was Velya who passed out when everything was over. In the end, the one who woke up in an unknown place was him, and since both fainted, he was declared the winner. So the result couldn't be changed. Next to him, Adriana appeared when she saw the protagonist had woken up, believed that it wasn't anything serious, and that he was okay. Velya thanked her for the concern and asked what happened. He replied that he ended up winning, but passed out right after he was in the recovery room, and Velya was surprised it was pretty nice that the school had so many facilities for the students. Then Velya got worried because his previous opponent was there too, and Adriana confirmed he was in another room, and she asked if he really thought they'd put them in the same place. After everything that happened, Adriana got irritated. They clearly exchanged glances during the duel, and should have known she was ready to fight. Velya gave a nervous laugh, but Adriana commented that he jumped into that fight, thinking he'd miraculously awaken his power. She never thought the phrase, "take a real beating," would become so literal, and Velya claimed that at least everything worked out. Adriana disagreed. He couldn't just do that. Things only worked out this time because he awakened his supernatural ability. Still, she asked if he thought she would keep helping him if he kept acting like that. And Velya turned away, denying that things would go the same way again. His supernatural ability was just a bonus. The rest of the talents he'd have to buy with conquest points. But in the end, she asked him to at least not do anything like that again, and that he shouldn't start fights, just because his senior happened to win one this time. Protagonist actually believed something like that would happen again someday, but Adriana said that in that case, she personally makes sure to kill him. Velya turned back and agreed not to do it then, but he was very grateful for her help, which made Adriana sigh. She preferred a freshman who got along with everyone, not someone who picked fights with everyone. Velya laughed because he thought it'd be hard to change that if he suggested she give up on him, even after slapping him. Adriana stayed with him until he woke up sometime later. Velya was treated and released by the nurses, and when he left, he had a talk with Professor Eppin. Professor admitted He found the whole auto-suggestion concept interesting. They thought one of his aptitudes might involve supernatural ability. But after that duel confirmed, it was now clear that he had awakened his power. It was foolish to duel against the senior. However, given the results, his actions were justifiable. And Valier responded that he did all that because he wanted things to get better. The professor said that if talent didn't come only from effort, then luck also had its part in it. But at that point, Valier wasn't authorized to use his abilities to attack others, and the protagonist even smiled, promising not to do anything wrong when he left the room. The protagonist thought that it wasn't obvious when he used his power, so of course it would be hard to detect it. But even though they acted like an idiot, he himself wasn't actually one that we figured. Everyone must be surprised about the duel. Now everyone was talking about Reinhard and the supernatural ability he awakened during the duel. It seemed like the rumor wasn't just spreading among his classmates, but even among students from other classes and upper years. The duel alone was the topic of the week in the royal class, and the fact that he of first year had one would be way too weird if no one talked about it. The looks from those who hated him changed. Well, part of that was likely due to his awakening, and also seemed like they saw something in the duel that shocked them. On his way, he ended up bumping into Harriet, but she walked right past him, which left Valier confused. This should have been the perfect chance for her to say, "You should have been beaten up even more." So he stopped her to talk. Harry was startled as he asked if she didn't have anything to say, and finally, she said Valier should have been beaten even more. The protagonist hit the mark so perfectly. It was like he was living rent-free in her head, and he laughed, commenting that she looked nervous when she saw him getting hit. Harry Blucher Valier said she turned pale like snow. It seemed like she couldn't even stand up properly. She shouted denying it and saying it was all a lie. She'd never worry about him, and even said he was disgusting. Valier held her face, and Harriet pushed him away with a slap, making him laugh because she was so cute when she got embarrassed. But Valier ended up shocked to realize that, while Harriet was yelling at him, she started to cry, telling him not to make fun of her. The protagonist offers her a macaron to eat, but Harriet refuses because it was dirty, and she wouldn't eat anything like that. In truth, the protagonist felt it was more like when an older person teases a child and made them cry like that. Finally, he apologizes for being rude, but she just tells him to shut up again, because he never stops making fun of her. Not even her father, mother, or siblings did that. He didn't even know how to treat a girl, and he was making her furious, without knowing why she had to go through this. Valier says it was because she also laughed at him, calling him a beggar, and Harry complains that he really was a beggar. Sign, the protagonist, says he wasn't teasing her that much. He actually thought she was cute. After all, he had said it before. Just told her she was cute. It was a compliment, but even so, she kept complaining. Harriet says he pinched her cheek and laughed at her, and Valier replies that it was because she looked really cute that way. So she sighs and agrees, as long as he never dares to touch her with those dirty hands again. Then he insists she eat the macaron, and she agrees as long as he stops pushing her so much. The two sit in silence for a moment, and Harriet asks if he didn't get pretty hurt in that duel earlier. Valier agrees because he was still feeling pain even now. Harriet says it was all because he fought someone like Arton. If he hadn't awakened his supernatural ability, he never would have been able to beat him. But Valier says sometimes you just don't want to lose to anyone, and you get this urge to beat someone no matter what. It was that upperclassman who awakened that inside him. The girl reminds him that he could have died, and Valier agrees that could have been the case. But in the end, he didn't die. Birdies says he heard the news he really did beat a third-year student. Valier replies that his supernatural ability manifested just in time, and Art approaches realizing he seemed a lot better. The protagonist asks what he wants, and Art apologizes he lost the duel, so he admitted his mistake. From now on, he wouldn't make absurd demands anymore, nor mock or be violent toward the freshman again. Protagonist realized that just like Adriana had said, Art really wasn't a bad guy. Maybe he had no choice but to choose Arton as his champion. Regina also seemed like a really kind girl, actually. It must have been tough for her to have to discipline the freshman. Before, he was sure they forced her to do it on purpose, knowing she was the type who wouldn't hurt a fly. Being forced to do something she didn't want, and then getting insulted by a freshman If he were in Art's place, he would have been furious too. After everything now, Failure felt like he went too far and apologizes to Art, because he also said a lot over-the-top things. Everyone was surprised by his sudden humility, but Art thanked the protagonist for acknowledging that. Now, he planned to apologize to Radina later as well, but first he'd focus on classes. And Eppin announced that the Victory Festival would start the following week, as everyone should know. The victory in the Demon World War was a historical celebration, so the temple would be closed during the commemorative month. However, considering enrollment and the academic plan, it would only be closed for 5 days next week. Still, the students celebrated at least it would be 5 days, and that was something they were relieved, thinking they have to run every morning. Failure felt it would be a good opportunity to visit Alaris again after a long time, and suddenly, someone announced that A11 wouldn't participate in evening classes. The protagonist was confused, but the teacher just told him to follow, and he didn't understand anything, wondering if he had done something wrong. In the end, the two of them just sat on the wooden bench outside to wait. Right there, Valia wondered if it was because it was cold, that there was no water in the pool. But thinking about it, they could have just heated the water with a mana stone. It must have been some kind of script error. And the protagonist asked if the temple didn't have hot water. By any chance, if they made an indoor pool with hot water, it would be possible to have swimming classes. And Eppin agreed that was true. But the maintenance cost would be too high. And realistically, no one would want to swim in the same water all year round. That's why it was so expensive. Eppin asked why he was interested. And Failure said it was just curiosity. But he still wondered why the pool was closed, even though it was outdoors. The teacher asked if he wanted to take swimming lessons, even in winter, and Failure muttered that he thought so, even if Epon found it strange, though she didn't seem to have bad intentions. That was when the protagonist realized. The teacher probably thought he just wanted to see the girls there in bikinis anyway. Eppin said she would be arriving soon and leaving right after, and Failure asked her to wait a bit, because there must have been a misunderstanding between them. But the one who appeared and interrupted the conversation was the supernatural abilities teacher Relendra, who was happy to see the protagonist after some time. She never thought he would awaken his natural ability. I had never seen people of that kind before. And Failure replied that it was a surprise for him too. Relandria mentioned that cases like his were very rare, so that day would be just another test instead of a real class. Then she timed him while he moved, getting surprised because he made it in 8 seconds, while it used to be 8.3 seconds. It was a new record after using auto-suggestion. It had taken him exactly 8 seconds to finish. She became worried, because she thought the ability might affect external things, but it seemed to be limited to enhancing his physical abilities. It was the first time she was seeing something like this. A supernatural ability that influences reality, according to the user's will. But Failure felt like he was going to go crazy at that rate. Auto-suggestion was the ability to manifest the real effect of one's own suggestion. If he thought he was an athlete while running, could become one, but it would depend on the skills level. Basically, it was similar to having a winner's mindset. It had to be something at the level of, your father was definitely the president. Relandria asked what was wrong, and Failure replied that it was honestly getting a little hard to handle. All that she said, there was no need to feel down. His ability was really good. The protagonist felt like it wasn't all that great. Relendria mentioned that. Of course, the changes weren't that obvious at this point, but there was something else worth noting. He was very good at using his supernatural ability. He could use it almost instantly, even if the effect was weak. She could assume that. Failure was already quite familiar with his capabilities, even before awakening the ability. It was as if he had a natural gift for auto-suggestion. The protagonist felt like it was a compliment, but for some reason he felt offended. Anyway, the test ended and now he could participate in the regular classes. So Failure went back to lying in his room. That ability he had wasn't all that different from 8th grader syndrome, and he wondered what he was doing. Suddenly, he was surprised to realize he was getting a call at that hour. And when he answered, he heard a voice asking him to go to the main hall. It was Charlotte who needed to ask him something right away. The two met, and the princess asked how he felt during the fight, what it was like to suddenly become a supernatural ability user. And Valley replied that it had gone fairly well. He'd heard the name was auto-suggestion, and asked if it was the kind of ability where you could be anything you wanted. Protagonist agreed that it worked more or less that way, and Charlotte asked where that boy he was looking for was maybe. If he believed he knew he could find out where he was. And Valier replied that he couldn't do that, but he could still try and see if it worked. Charlotte offered him something to hold, and Valier could tell she was in a hurry. But if he could do that to buy some time, it would be better the protagonist took a picture of himself. And Valier wondered if Charlotte was always carrying that image around. Now, he'd have to lie about it. And he said he could see a crumbling castle. And Charlotte quickly asked what he meant by that. Valier said he could see that guy running near a castle, and it looked like he was on horseback. He was also being chased by knights and running away desperately, and there were also some demons nearby. That's when Charlotte started crying, and begged him to tell her more about it. She just wanted to hear a little more. Valier felt that small lies turned into big lies. They piled up and eventually grew larger and larger, and this lie would end up hurting Charlotte. Right now, he knew he was doing something really bad to that girl, but the protagonist still told her that the scene was just repeating itself. It could be that his ability was still weak. And Charlotte asked if at least he was still alive. If he was alive, she at least wanted to know. And Valier agreed, even though he didn't know what kind of situation he was in, or where he was, but he was alive and safe. Charlotte cried even more, thanking the protagonist, and feeling relieved to hear all of that from him. The two stayed quiet until the princess stopped crying, and she asked him not to tell anyone about what happened that day. Valier figured it was because Bertus would use it to his advantage, and Charlotte smiled, saying that the boy who saved her. Not for him, she would have gone insane long ago. She wouldn't have even managed to escape her prison when she thought she would lose her mind. From being in a place filled with death and blood, he showed up, he told her everything would be all right. And even said there were people who made sure humanity had won the war. He tried to comfort and calm her somehow, saying he had lost all of his memories, didn't know who he was or why he was imprisoned. He seemed calm, but Charlotte knew he must have been scared in that situation too. Yet even so, she was the one trembling even more. I tried to soothe her, just because someone was crying in that hellish place. So she promised to help him recover his memories. Therefore, for the sake of that promise, she wanted to be able to meet him again. And Valier asked about that. That guy must have suffered a lot in the demon castle. Maybe it was too painful to recover the memories from those days. It was good to remember who you were, but there were memories better left forgotten. Charlotte agreed, but said it wouldn't be too late to talk about that. After they met again, that's why she wanted Reinhardt to find him. She would do whatever it took to help him find the boy. Valier smiled. It was a very dangerous promise to make to a beggar like him. Deep down, he was the one who got himself into those problems. Bertrice commented on how his sister seemed to be looking for someone, and the protagonist froze. He wondered how Bertrice was awake at that hour, but it was obvious. He had heard everything from his conversation with Charlotte. Valier answered that he had been asked to search. And by the way, Bertrice should already know who she was looking for. Bertie's laughed because that was basic. But it seemed like his sister hadn't found the boy. She had probably asked the gang to look. Not done it herself, he asked if there had been any progress. And Valier wondered if Bertie's had been investigating him. Obviously, he was saying that to show he was within the circle of influence. Valier replied that no. He just had a portrait and didn't even know the name. And Bertus asked if his sister had told him who the boy was. But even without knowing, that was fine. What mattered was that he, too, was looking for him. And if he found any clues, he should report them as soon as possible. In truth, if Charlotte were left alone, she would end up self-destructing. But turning to him showed that she was getting close. That's when Burst remembered he wanted to ask something. Was Valier the next master of the Thieves' Guild, or something like that? Valier replied that it was a situation that could be misunderstood, but it wasn't like that. He had never seen them and didn't intend to build any ties. Burst understood that. He was probably closer to the gang than to the guild, but the protagonist didn't understand what he was talking about. Birches said he believed the empowerment of crime was inevitable, even if the Thieves' Guild was eliminated. another would take its place. It was impossible to eliminate crime completely, and in that case, if someone was in charge, at least it could be controlled. Then Burris gave the protagonist a chilling look and asked if he would like to become the master of the Thieves Guild, but Valier didn't understand any of it. The next day, Adriana said goodbye to her fellow students, relieved that they would get some rest. One of the boys said they could meet again in the central square when classes resumed, and Adriana turned to see that the protagonist had approached. She said she would be going home the next day, and if he changed his mind about the church, by then he could talk to her. Valier said he would be going home the next day, and thus said goodbye to Adriana. On the way back, he remembered the conversation he had with Burtis. Burtis had asked if he intended to become the master of the Thieves Guild. It was easier to control someone he already knew. It also made it easier to support someone from behind the scenes. If necessary, it didn't seem like an absurd proposal. Valier wondered if Burtis really wanted to become emperor by thinking that way, and Burtis laughed, saying he was just suggesting it. Don't need to worry too much yet. There was something too big to put into action right now, and the prince left wishing the protagonist good night. The next day, Valier was lost and fought until he heard Ellen calling out to him because he had spaced out. He kept thinking about the things Bertie said and couldn't focus, but he planned to stop training for the day. Ellen, on the other hand, caught Valier's attention because she seemed to be sweating a lot. It looked like she was overdoing her training. She said she just trained a little more, and Valier wondered why she was so stressed, to the point of pushing herself like that. He said goodbye, telling her not to overdo it with training, but Valier ended up coming back to bring her something to eat. He got annoyed because it wasn't something he'd normally do, but that girl somehow drew people's attention. He got attacked without meaning to. It was a little scary, actually. He ended up doing a bit too much. But for Ellen, it shouldn't be a problem since she liked eating. We got to the training room. Ellen was collapsed on the floor. It looked like she had fainted during training. In her dreams, Ellen remembered her past and how she begged her brother not to leave. She questioned why he had to sacrifice himself and what she was supposed to do about them. But even so, he left despite her pleas for him not to. Later, Ellen woke up and Valier was with her in the infirmary, and he remarked that she shouldn't be sleeping in a place like that, since it could worsen her condition. He asked what she would do if she started having trouble breathing at her age, and the nurse asked the protagonist to calm down. She would only have been in danger if she had arrived any later. And like a gentleman, it was Valier who brought her in safely. The protagonist got tense when the nurse said he had arrived, asking her to do something about the situation. He was all nervous and pale. The nurse said it seemed like the problem came from overtraining, so she should avoid pushing her body to the point of injury. Ellen agreed and thanked her as she left, and Valier asked what she had been doing to end up fainting. Ellen said she lost her balance while practicing a move. She must have hit her head on the dummy when she fell. The protagonist pointed out that it was dangerous. She could have gotten a concussion, and it wasn't normal to make mistakes like that. And he smiled as he realized he ended up saving her life. And after making sure she knew that, he told her to get up so they could leave. Since the nurse had used sacred magic, Ellen should be healed now. I could eat some sandwiches. Since he had made too many, he made them for her. So he had to make sure she didn't forget and thanked him. And with that, Ellen followed him out of the infirmary. That's when Ellen said she wanted to take a bath, and Valier asked if she planned to lie down again after that, and she mentioned that she didn't like the smell of sweat. Breaking curfew wasn't really a big deal. After all, in the original work, Ludwig would always sneak out at night like it was nothing. So the protagonist said he'd head to the cafeteria first, and Ellen said he might end up getting caught by the director. Then she suggested they could eat in her room, and Valier went along, surprised to see how her room was decorated. There was nothing weird about someone of the opposite sex entering a room at the temple. When writing the novel, he made a co-ed dorm just to make things easier. He wondered what he planned to do in a place full of kids. Most they end up playing cards in the middle of the night. They were really just kids, and Valier didn't feel nervous entering their rooms. Maybe Ellen thought the same. Actually, her room was just as empty as his, aside from some training equipment. It was very simple. There was a bag in the corner that probably belonged to Ellen, but soon she came back from the bath, and Valier said they could eat and go to sleep outside. And it started raining, and they began having dinner. And Valier commented that people feel bad sometimes, even if there's no reason for it. But that's just how things are. But if you don't talk about it, it might eat you up inside. And Ellen agreed, if it were possible. She said she'd like to save the world in exchange for her life. And she asked if he thought she could do something like that. Valia knew she must think of death as the end of everything. Even if he was the great hero who saved the world in the end. He wasn't the only one people worshiped the hero Artorias. And deep down, Ellen mourned the death of her own brother. So she missed him and resented him. Valia replied that he could only know how that felt when the time came. She agreed, but said she would never die like that. And that's when she turned around, because she wanted to show him something. It was a sword that seemed a bit unusual, too. It was forged in tears, but Valier didn't know what that meant. But he knew what the sword was. It was called the Sword of Layman. He never would have imagined it. Of the two swords once wielded by Artorias, there was the Sword of All, the god of war, Allspringer. And there was the Lament Sword of Menses, the god of the moon, and now one of them was right in front of him, a sword whose whereabouts were unknown, except to someone who knew Ellen at the same time. Before Artorias went to war, he had left that sword with her as a keepsake. Valia laughed, thinking she was about to attack him, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Ellen smiled and thanked him. The system displayed that he had earned an achievement, called Ellen's Revelation, revealing her true identity faster than expected. On another day, the protagonist took a trip to the commercial area of the Aligar district, where he met with Alaris. She was surprised to see him and greeted him after so long, but was shocked that he was there. It was far too dangerous to come alone. Valia replied that it was fine. He had walked in circles to avoid being followed. He only planned to stay there during the holidays, and it wouldn't be for long. Alaris asked if it wouldn't be more comfortable to stay at the temple, and he said it was because she was there. Ellery was a bit moved hearing that. But even so, visiting the place wasn't as simple as it seemed. Valia laughed, asking what she had been up to those past days, but she looked a little worried. Before he had come there the first time to sell scrolls, there had been something the protagonist remembered. He had gone there after walking around, failing to sell anything, and Alaris said that was the key. The last place he had been seen before disappearing was there, and Valier asked if the pursuers had been around too, even though they didn't seem to suspect Alaris. That was the only place where they had found any clues, and now everyone was watching. And also by chance, they heard that someone had stolen a fireball scroll from shop, but Valier was shocked it had been from Borton's store, and apparently they got a lead on Valier through him. The protagonist remembered. That was the guy who gave him a scroll for free, a copy the protagonist side, saying he hadn't stolen anything. The man had just given it to him. He thought it was a fake scroll because the drawing looked convincing, and he even said he'd pay if Valier could make a perfect copy of a real one. Alaris was shocked people who bought fake scrolls could die. She said it'd serve him right. Someone like that deserved to suffer a bit. Valier replied he didn't know if he deserved it. He had just shot himself in the foot. The protagonist just wanted to relax a bit during his vacation and asked Alaris if the people from the gang were doing well. She said Lawyer didn't talk much with them, unless it was something really serious. But maybe it was time for everyone to get together and talk. Valier agreed they could go to the rotating gang the next day. Alaris remarked that she didn't think humans were better than demons, nor that they were kinder than them. Humans were a race that knew what prosperity was, but they also fought each other and killed for that prosperity. There were times when she got tired of their cruelty, and Valier asked if something had happened. Alaris hesitated and said he would find out the next day, and so they passed the night until morning when they met again. Surkar was the first to shout and run up to the protagonist, happily hugging him tightly. Alaris said that Valier had awakened his supernatural power. They had never doubted he would be the owner of such a great power. The protagonist, nearly crushed, told him to stop. It felt like his ears would bleed and he wanted to get away. Lawyer asked how life was at the temple, and the protagonist replied he didn't even have time to get bored. That Ellis asked what it was that he wanted to tell them, and Valier recounted his duel with Myarton, which shocked the other three. Elleries looked disheartened and reminded him not to resort to violence. But there was nothing to be done with someone like Meriton's temper. Surkar, on the other hand, found it incredible it was coldness. Pride and battle spirit all rolled into one. In his opinion, Lawyer yelled, because she had told the prince to stay calm. After entering the temple, and Vallier smiled, showing that he hadn't used that necklace from before. Elleris was a bit relieved about that. But the protagonist knew they also had something they wanted to share. That was because Elleris had told him the day before that they wanted to talk about something else. Once they were all gathered, they grew tense when Vallier insisted. But he didn't understand why everyone suddenly seemed so serious. Surkar said there was a rumor that during the Victory Festival, imprisoned demons would be sold on the Imperial black market. Vallier was surprised. Most of the demons should have been killed after the war ended, and he still didn't understand why they needed to sell them. He asked where they intended to use them, and Alaris replied that the only possibility that came to mind was starting a collection. Valor saw no reason to buy demons like orcs and goblins. That was when he paused and realized exactly where that thought was going. Succubi, the demon tribe that was being sold, were the ones most commonly traded on the market because they had a human-like appearance. They were sold for a high price. But Vallier knew succubi were dangerous. They were a race that drained the spirit of humans. Selling them was like asking to die. Alaris agreed that it was dangerous, but said there were ways to brainwash them or perform surgeries to prevent that. The same applied to incubi. Vallier thought most demons had been killed, but there were humanoid ones that were sold like that. They became harmless toys that people felt comfortable using and playing with as they pleased. That's how the slave market worked, and Vallier understood that. They needed to focus on saving the prisoners. Starker said he couldn't bear to see the actions of the humans, but if they failed, they could put everyone in danger. Lawyer said that currently, the only demons who could help him were the three of them. If he lost even one, there was a high chance they'd be left with a weak foundation. Alaris agreed with the other two. Vallier knew that without him, those three and all demon races would have fallen. There was no one else. So they would just throw themselves into the fire like moths if they showed up to save those lives. But the unexpected appearance of a variable like him meant that his safety became the top priority above all. If this was the same as the original novel, this was the festival Ludwig attended with his classmates, and Delphin Isadora was kidnapped. Somehow Ludwig managed to rescue her. But Vallier knew he had to find those of his kind, who were being kept as prisoners. No matter how he looked at it, it felt like he was trapped in a world, with events similar to the protagonist's. To be honest, he wasn't even a demon. Deep down, he was just an old man, and he wondered if there was any reason to risk rescuing the prisoners. He didn't even know why he was trying to rebuild the demon kingdom in the first place. He wasn't a good person to get involved in life or death matters. He wasn't that kind of person, even knowing those people wanted help. And Alaris apologized for worrying him with that. Despite everything, it seemed better to just leave it alone. But Vallier interrupted, saying that, as with all living beings, exhaustion was the cause of all illness, and lack of sleep was the biggest cause of chronic exhaustion. Alaris didn't understand anything he was suddenly talking about, but the protagonist continued saying that. As expected, he liked to sleep peacefully. Finally, he said they should try. Alaris was so shocked she asked him to repeat it, and Vallier confirmed should find a way to rescue the prisoners. They should do something stupid. Ellery said that before that, there were three things the protagonist needed to know. First, the location of the black market. Second, the number of prisoners. Third, the level of security. Information about the black market only circulated among the nobles, so it might be difficult to get it on the streets. Since this was the type of intel Surkar specialized in, he decided he'd be in charge of investigating it. Vallier understood it was a secret market, so they need a way, and Surkar said they didn't know who was selling, but asking a noble might lead them to it. Vallier asked about the people running the black market, and Surkar replied that it wasn't too hard to figure out. The power to divert prisoners halfway to the capital meant that the plan had been made long before the Imperial army returned, which meant they had already spoken to whoever was in charge of the prisoners. Furthermore, if not even all the commanders knew, someone close to total authority had to be involved. Alaris agreed with Sarkavart, and Vallier realized that both the unit commander and the general commander must know about it in the protagonist's opinion. Things seemed to be getting more complicated than before. If it were just a few commanders, they could steal the prisoners. But since this story was circulating among the aristocracy, it would be even harder if the imperial family got involved. If that were the case, even Bertus and Charlotte would end up caught in the middle. Alaris agreed that they couldn't rule out that possibility. He wondered if the two of them could really know about this. It wasn't something organized by a group like the Thieves' Guild. It had been planned by the imperial family and those under their wing. And if that was the case, the security would also be extremely tight. They would have to break through the defenses, rescue the imprisoned demons, and hide the ones they saved somewhere. It was far too reckless. Valier asked if it would be possible with magic, and Alaris said there would need to be mages on her level. There could be barriers that would make the use of magic difficult. But the more he thought about it, the more he cooled down. It really was an impossible mission. And Alaris asked why he needed to do it while the black market was still open. Valier questioned that, and Alaris explained that when the black market opened, it would be the worst possible day to rescue the prisoners. Alaris mentioned that it would be easier either before the auction or after the sales had ended. Before the auction, security would be lower than on the actual day, and after, the prisoners had already been transferred to their new owners. Each noble would have to look after their own, making it easier to rescue them. Everyone stood silent and realized she was absolutely right. Surkar mentioned that those participating in the auction would pay enormous prices. Lawyer agreed they would go through great trouble, but she wouldn't kill those people. Valier said it was a method that could work, but Sarkager pointed out that it might take some time to get a list of everyone attending the auction, but they could rescue anyone in the meantime. It would also be less risky. The rumor that prisoners were disappearing or being stolen would end up spreading after rescuing a few. The nobles would strengthen their security. The trio continued to talk while Valier remained quiet, thinking if Alaris's method worked, people would assume some kind of criminal organization had stolen the demons. That could cause a huge stir in the empire. Just knowing that freed demons were hiding in the capital would be a major threat to the empire and its security. Because of that, a large number of guards would flood the city, and news like that would surely reach the temple. However, Valier had written about a similar incident in the original novel. Alaris had come up with that method, even without him around. The reactions from Surkar and Lawyer were equally positive. If they did anything, it would be following that exact plan. The demon trade in the black market, their rescue. All of it would have happened even without Valier's presence. The protagonist didn't understand the causality, but he knew the result, and it was very likely that the operation would fail. They had to prepare something even better, but there didn't seem to be a way to move all the prisoners at once, unless that problem could be solved. And Valier had an idea, and he asked if Alaris could use mass teleportation magic. Alaris asked if he meant the spell itself, and she said she could use it, but it took time to cast. Valier asked how long, and she answered around 30 minutes. It seemed impossible to just teleport everyone out at once and vanish. A place with a barrier that prevents teleportation. Magic users shouldn't be all that common. Alaris reminded him that, as she had said earlier, it was likely an anti-magic barrier would be deployed, and Valier suggested that maybe it wouldn't be. At the auction house itself, Annie asked how many people she could teleport, and she replied that her limit was about 20. If it were at night, maybe up to 50 people. Valier thought succubi and incubi were humanoid demons. That wasn't a high number. But most of the prisoners he saw when he escaped were humanoid, or large, and Lawyer asked if he was thinking of another method. Valier said it was possible to rescue the prisoners in a different way, but they weren't strong enough. The black market's existence was already a problem, and it was illegal. Surkar mentioned that. Just the act of buying and selling demons should be heavily condemned. Lawyer agreed that's why they were using a secret black market. Truly the kind of thing fit for terrible people. Valier knew that demon trafficking was definitely illegal, and he asked what would happen if rumors about nobles being involved started to spread. They were confused, but the protagonist continued, saying that the demon trade should damage the empire's prestige. There was a major incident big enough to cause public outrage. And Lawyer asked if the citizens would become angry enough to attack the black market. The protagonist explained that if they discovered the black market's location, a huge uproar would break out. Sarkar said that, however, the Imperial Army could be disguised as mercenaries and might use violence against them. Valier agreed it was true that the Empire held overwhelming power, but it wouldn't just be the citizens who were furious. It would also end up offending the beliefs of the most powerful people, and Alaris asked what he was talking about. Valier explained that it was the religious forces. The sale of imprisoned demons would be a great offense to the Templar Knights, so there would be a huge and violent reaction from all the major religious forces across the continent. Besides that, the Templars were military forces that answer to religious leaderships, not to the Empire when they intervened. It would cause major chaos, and the people from the black market would have no justification to stop the Templars from interfering. In the end, they would have to hand the prisoners over to the Knights. They wouldn't do something stupid in exchange for a bit of money. The Templar Knights saw the war with the demons as a sacred duty. The actions of the Empire would be a huge betrayal to them. Religion was what ruled people's minds. Going against it was a decision the Empire could never make. So Sarkar Ber said that this method would stop the sale of prisoners on the black market. But Alaris hesitated because everyone would end up executed. Valier agreed, but said the Templars would take time to organize the prisoners. During that period, after all, they would be living proof of the betrayal against the Empire. So the Templars would try to get something out of the Empire as an apology, and if they changed the location of the auction, even better, since they wouldn't have time to prepare countermeasures against magic. So at that moment, Valier said they should extract the prisoners using mass teleportation. Of course, all the prisoners who exceeded the limits of Alaris's magic would end up dying in the process. But it was the best thing he could think of at the time. Then Lawyer suggested that instead of mass teleportation, they could use a teleport portal. Valier asked about that, and Lawyer said she thought what he just mentioned had a high chance of happening. That way, if they could use a teleport portal and all go together, surely everyone could survive. Valier asked if that would only be possible if the teleport portal took them to the Templar Knights. Sarkar Ber said there were excellent teleport portals in the capital. There was even one close to the Templar headquarters. That teleport portal should be used during the prisoner transport. So if the convoy arrived before the Templars, it would cause some confusion, and they find a way to let the prisoners escape through the teleport portal to prevent them from being followed. Alaris could destroy the portal as soon as she got through. Valier realized that teleport portals were bidirectional. If one portal broke, the other would break as well. Actually, the protagonist was enjoying. This warrior would be in charge of handling the chaos. Alaris decided to help her, and Sarkar said he transformed into one of the soldiers who patrol the portal. Valier felt like a lab was needed to make this plan work, but he trusted that things could go well. However, if any sign appeared that something would go wrong, he would use revision to fix the situation. After all, they were the ones responsible for solving everything. Alaris thanked him because he trusted them to do something so dangerous. She was truly grateful for his trust. However, he asked if she was really at peace with all this. No matter what they did, someone would end up getting hurt during the rescue. It could be the Templar Knights or someone else. Alaris had killed many people in her life. She had done it for so long that she got used to it and became completely tired of it. That's why she appreciated Valier's concern, but said he didn't need to worry about her. And so they fell asleep. Time passed, and the victory festival began. The day when the streets were full of happy people, but also the day of the rescue mission. That was the headquarters of the Merchant Guild, and they were all watching from the rooftop, where the prisoners were being held. Their goal wasn't to capture corrupt nobles, but to rescue the prisoners. Even if everything went well, all they could do was save those who were in the black market. With that in mind, it would be better to start the plan now, without waiting for the auction to begin. According to the information gathered by Sarkar and Lawyer, there were about 100 prisoners. The black market was located in the Merchant Guild, in the Bucket District, or somewhere else in the map of district. What they had to do now was make sure everyone knew about it, and there were two ways they could do that. They could send a letter to stir up chaos inside, or they could take advantage of the gossips and spread a rumor. But it would be hard to find the exact location of the black market. That way, in the end, they decided to send a letter with all the details, so they mailed it to the Templar Knights HQ. And fortunately, It was received, and now they were heading toward the black market. And Valier commented impressed by how good the invisibility magic was. He couldn't believe that no one had noticed. They were on the rooftop of a house, and Alaris smiled at that. But if they entered an anti-magic field, the spell would disappear, and people with sharp senses could detect them. So they had to be careful. Suddenly, the lawyer felt the scent of the Templar Knights getting stronger. She thought they wouldn't come that day, but it seemed they had received the letter. It looked like they were going en masse to the Merchant Guild, HQ, and the rest to the main street. Valier asked if they were trying to resolve things in secret. It was kind of strange. It would be more honorable to attack the black market. With everyone watching, they had received information that the black market would open that day, and that the demon prisoners would be sent to the auctions there. One of the guards got nervous when night approached, saying that if it was a lie, the Templar Knights should issue a formal apology to the guild, so they should cooperate with them. And lawyer reported that the Templar Knights and the guards were arguing now, and it didn't look like the guards were going to let them through. Easily didn't take long for the guards to finally start acting. The Templar Knights were entering the guild, right where the prisoners were being held. And Valier realized it was time for the big show to begin. If the Templar Knights executed them, which was the big fear, it would create a huge problem. But he didn't want that to happen. So he planned to use some things in his favor. Then the protagonist opened the system and was shocked. That was because the review function could no longer be used, meaning he wouldn't be able to prevent the execution of the prisoners, with the extermination out of the Templar Knights' hands. He wondered if there was anything else he could do. If this continued, all of them would end up being killed. When Valier froze in shock, Alaris asked what was wrong since he had turned pale. The protagonist stammered that it was nothing, and commented on the possibility of those people deciding to kill everyone. Then lawyer said the Templar Knights were arriving. They had decided to go ahead with this, considering everything that had happened. The prisoners were living proof that it was possible to put a collar around the Empire's neck, and that was why they couldn't kill the prisoners. Valier mentally begged them not to do anything foolish. The Templar Knights were bringing the prisoners outside. It was the same number of demons they had estimated at the beginning, judging by their appearance. They looked to be in good condition, and apparently hadn't been tortured. Elleris commented in amazement that it was exactly as Valier had, said it was a huge relief, and the protagonist nearly fainted from emotion. He wondered if the content of his review in the future were actually the same thing, if this was going to happen anyway. Maybe that's why the review didn't work. Valier thanks God for such kindness. Lawyer mentioned that. Now that they had confirmed the prisoners' whereabouts, they could proceed with the teleportation portal. They got to arrive before the Templar Knights, and they ran across the rooftops toward the group. Serkar might have some trouble, and suddenly, they heard voices asking if anyone would end up discovering them. They said they just used the excuse of doing research. The problem was what those merchants had planned, monopolizing them like that and selling them in secret. Other members of the Allied forces were doing something similar, but at least they had some excuse. So no one would say anything if they managed to grab a few. Valier tried to understand what those two people were talking about, but Alaris and lawyer remained silent. It seemed that even the Templar Knights were deeply involved in the matter. Now, he understood why they wanted to wander back and forth. The Templars were supposed to be the last ones who would want to do this. Valier wondered if he had overestimated their faith, but Adriana was still smiling, thinking she could live full of grace and belief this time. Things were going well, but the reason for it was complete foolishness. Then lawyer said the teleportation portal was there. They needed to get ready, while they were still far from the Templar Knights. But before they could warn Serkar, a knight shouted for them to stop. He said there was a group of people hiding there, using invisibility magic. They had to immediately detect the location of these unknown entities. Eller is realized they had been found using detection magic, or something like it, and shouted for Valier to run to the portal. The knight shouted at them as they ran across the rooftop, demanding to know who they were and ordering them to show themselves. Now that they had been caught, Valier had no reason to hesitate. He needed to use revision. And so he told Alaris to use mass teleportation now. But he realized too late that she was casting a giant fire spell, and had thrown it at the knights, who screamed in confusion. They asked who those people were capable of casting such high-level spells. Velia simply watched the chaos silently. As far as he remembered, the plan was to cause a small distraction, without harming anyone along the way. All to buy time for the prisoners to pass through the portal. But it seemed like she was doing things differently. Velia wondered if Alaris was trying to wipe out the Templar Knights, along with the prisoners, because she was angry at them. But one thing was certain. You should never get in Ellery's way. It was clear she became terrifying when angry. One of the knights shouted for everyone not to panic, and to prepare for real battle. When they heard a roar, they realized there was another enemy. It was a werewolf charging at them too. They realized it was demons attacking. And the prisoners grew nervous as they saw what was happening. Alaris told everyone not to stand still. They needed to hurry and get to the portal. And she guided the people so they could be saved. The knights yelled that the prisoners were escaping and had to be stopped. And so they prepared to retaliate and claim victory. Velia was shocked, because they were veterans who had been through so much. And yet they recovered from that situation in seconds. No matter how strong Alaris and Lawyer were, the two of them couldn't handle so many attacks all at once. Everyone was stunned when a loud noise rang out. The soldiers' formation began to break, and they couldn't lower their guard. They wondered what was happening, and then saw what looked like a dragon suddenly appear out of the fire at the border of the Kernstedt kingdom. In the Daratini's forest, they had now escaped and saved the prisoners. They had survived and identified the rescued individuals. At first they thought they'd be sold, but now they were safe. Velia commented that he was impressed that Sarkera had become a dragon. But thanks to him, things worked out. Ella has confirmed that everyone had survived, letting out a relieved sigh from, and he received a mission completed. Notification: he had completed the rescue of the demon prisoners. They had rescued 107 people, and he gained 5,350 points from a state they were in. It looked like they'd been through a lot, and even though it was a bit sudden, he decided to introduce himself. So Velia introduced himself to the prisoners, even though the previous king had died. They should now just call him Velia. Everyone bowed upon realizing the prince was alive, and among them someone appeared, shocked to see he had survived. Sarkar was surprised that the princess was alive, and Velia met a girl who had heard about him losing his memories. He couldn't remember anything, not even what he had with the girl, and he apologized for it surprised her. But still she thanked him for saving her. She hadn't expected him to be alive, but she was glad he survived. Velia wondered why the princess was acting like that. Apparently they had been a couple or something like it. He told her he had lost all his memories in the demon realm, and honestly, he didn't wish to recover them either. So he apologized in case he had done anything to her. But the girl stammered that it was fine, and it wasn't anything like that. Velia asked what it was then, and she nervously looked away. So he asked if she used to make fun of him. The girl nervously admitted it was kind of like that, and it became clear that she actually mocked him, way more than she let on according to what she said. Ari and Velia were like childhood friends. She was the daughter of the succubus queen, one of the 4 demon heavenly kings. To make it simple, Ari was the daughter of the kingdom's number 3. Because of that, Velia always caused lots of trouble and challenged everyone, and was educated through violence by her. That was only possible due to his class status in the kingdom. So every time he saw Ari, he got beaten up, but when he saw her with the Demon King, he made her life a living hell. In short, their relationship was kind of complicated, but all 4 heavenly kings had died in battle. Ari had been taken as a prisoner after their defeat, only to be saved in the end by the Demon King's son, who everyone thought was dead, and with whom she hadn't had a good relationship. It seemed this was a bit harder for Ari to accept. Velia said they could leave. What happened between them in the past? From the things he had said, it seemed like he really did deserve to be hit anyway. And the girl stammered, looking away. He wondered how much of a piece of crap he had been to leave her in such a state, and asked how powerful Ari was, and what ability she had. They said humans had done some things to her. And Ari fell silent before showing the scar on her head, where they had ripped off her horn. She cried a little, telling him humans had removed all their horns and tails and had performed other surgeries on their bodies. They destroyed everything. They even took from her body the ability to use her powers to rebel against them. Now Eri was nothing, completely useless, and she cried, apologizing, because she would never be able to forget what Valier did for them. She had been so happy to repay him for what he did, but now she was totally useless and couldn't do anything. Not even repay him. Eri apologized over and over, and Valerie replied that he hadn't saved them for that reason. He had no intention of using them in any way. They didn't need to apologize for that now. They could go to the Darklands or anywhere else they wanted, so they didn't have to stay there with him. Now, they were all free, and he said the princess had done a good job enduring things up until now, except for 10 of them. The rest seemed to want to return to the Darklands, nullifying the entire war they had gone through. Valier asked what they planned to do by going back. Eri said they wanted to stay in the Empire. They might not be able to do much or help in battles, but she was still royalty of the Demon Kingdom and couldn't go back to her homeland and live in peace. And even though they had lost their powers, they still had their bodies. Aaliyah asked what she meant by that. She said they needed money to live in the human kingdom, and she had heard that a lot of money could be a threat to the human realm. So they planned to start a business and make lots of money. And even Alaris questioned what the princess meant by that. Ariel said that if they could build a successful business and get the Empire's money into their hands, it would certainly help restore the Demon Kingdom. As the other two looked confused, Aaron knew they could also divide the Empire and plunge it into complete chaos. Valier sighed. She had a point, but he wasn't good at those things. And there was also the fact that he was studying at the temple. She asked where he planned to get the money to start that business, and she replied that he didn't need to worry. She knew how to do it, so Eri said that Valier should sell them. If he sold them as slaves to the humans, they could make a lot of money. With that money, he could start his own business. But Valier shouted at them, asking what kind of idea that was. He just risked his life to get them out of slavery, and now they suddenly want to be sold again. He asked, but she was going crazy. Era cried, because that was all they could do to help rebuild the Demon Kingdom. She insisted that this was the only thing they could do now. Aside from that, they were all useless. This was the only way they could reach their goals. If they could take revenge on the humans by throwing away their pride, then that was best. But Valier shouted at her to stop saying those things. Still, Eri begged him to allow it. All the others begged too, if he wouldn't sell them. Then she would go to a brothel and offer all the money she made. Valier couldn't understand where that idea had come from and asked if she really thought he'd be happy with them, making money by selling their bodies. He'd rather die than let that happen. Demons could live without the Demon Kingdom. They didn't need to sacrifice themselves just for that. And there had to be a way to profit from something legitimate. Eri asked how that could be possible. But Valier was still in shock over the kind of thinking she had. He said it was fine to do anything that wasn't tied to that. They could run a bar, an inn, or anything. They could do anything in a rural area. Alaris mentioned she had heard of an island country called the Ediana Islands. It was a trading nation beyond the southern waters of Kernstad. The population should be large enough, so they could likely do business there without issue. Valier asked what the girls thought. Maybe if you go to that place and live peacefully. Eri agreed she wouldn't think about selling herself anymore, but she promised she would still be useful to the protagonist. After staring at each other, Valier said that if anything happened, she could come find him right away. Alaris told the protagonist that he should return to the temple immediately. The atmosphere in the capital was going to become increasingly tense. On another day, Epping gave a notice to all remaining students at the temple. From now on, they would no longer be allowed to leave. During the Victory Festival, a supposed terrorist attack caused by demons occurred in the imperial capital. There were no deaths, but the Temple Knights were attacked. Many saw a furious firestorm lighting up the night sky. Citizens who had gathered in the festival's central square froze when they saw it, and the Victory Festival usually lasted a month. And then after just a few days, it was all Valier's fault. They had been attacked by demons during a festival that celebrated the demons' destruction. Meanwhile, it was reported that the prisoners had been moved and that there really had been an attempt to sell them as slaves to the Empire. The same empire that only ever spoke of destroying the demon race. Because of that, the empire's honor dropped to a devastating level. It hit rock bottom all because of failure. And so he earned the achievement of ruining everything that happened and changing the main story and the event that was supposed to happen. The kidnapping of Isadora Delphine never took place and was erased from the story. The students couldn't believe the demons had done such a thing. It felt like the war against them still wasn't over. Ellen asked the protagonist why they had done that. She didn't understand why they fought against the Temple Knights. Valia didn't know either, but at least they could continue training. And he asked her to go easy on him. Ellen said that if they were after revenge, she didn't understand why they had attacked the capital, specifically where everyone was. Instead of other places, most people must have thought demons were evil, and Valia wondered if Ellen believed demons were as intelligent as humans. The girl thought something unknown might have happened that day, and Valia felt like she thought too much. He said that if that were the case, it would eventually come to light. He couldn't be classified as human because he broke the Empire's pride, but he couldn't be called a demon either, because he was helping the future heroine of humanity grow stronger and stronger. Now he wondered what exactly he was doing with his own life, and Ellen interrupted his thoughts so they could finish training. Valia complained that they had been training ever since they got back from school, and asked if she really thought he wanted to keep training. During his break, he preferred to stop, and she had to train in moderation or she collapsed again. She could at least go out and enjoy the weather. Ellen said that if he wanted to, he could go, but she wouldn't. So Valia grabbed her wrist and pulled her with him, catching her off guard. She blushed a little when he said she should go out to eat with him, but she ended up saying again that she hated Shinagawa-chan. The protagonist looked at her and said he thought she liked it, and she replied that she only ate it because Valia was with her. So he asked what else she wanted to eat, and she made a face thinking about all the food she hated, until finally saying she preferred meat when they went out to eat. Valia was shocked because he went broke after paying. It was shocking that she could eat 5 steaks in a row. Ellen seemed to have a black hole in place of her stomach, but following tradition, she paid for dessert was common sense. She agreed, and Valia commented that there was a dessert shop that sold something good. On the way there, they ran into Regina, who was practicing archery. She got so nervous that she pointed the arrow straight at Valia's face, and he told her she shouldn't point that at people's faces. The protagonist asked why she was there alone and where her older brothers were. Radina complained that they weren't her brothers, but her friends Radina asked what Valia wanted, and the protagonist asked if she was missing because the target was too far. It would take her 2 years to hit. She got furious and told him to just disappear. The protagonist said he could help. It could count as an apology. Regina asked if he was good with a bow, and then showed him the target she was trying to hit. She wanted to win the grand prize, which was a stuffed bear. Valia had to hit the 100-point bullseye 10 times in a perfect streak, so he took the bow and used auto-suggestion. He thought of himself as a genius in archery, but ended up only winning a consolation prize, leaving the two of them in that ridiculous state of defeat. Valia pretended nothing had happened and decided to try again, saying he hadn't taken it seriously the first time. That's when Ellen gave it a try and actually got the teddy bear, even though she had only used the claw machine a couple of times. Valia was shocked because she was truly impressive. She pulled off a perfect sequence, despite having used a claw machine only twice in her life. And Ellen gave the bear as a gift to Radina. The girl got really happy and thanked the freshman, and Valia smiled, asking if she couldn't thank him too, since he was the one who paid for it. She complained, saying he was an idiot who didn't know when to shut up. So Valia just patted the bear and said they should all go eat together. That's how they ended up, deciding to go to a cafe to eat and spend a calmer moment together. So the video ends here. If you don't want to miss the next part, activate the notification bell and see you next time on Tab's channel.